here we go. Life is a blast when you know what you're doing. Best to know what you're doing for your life get ruined. Life is a thrill when your skill is developed. If you ain't got a skill or trade, then shut the hell up. My rhymes is like dropping your head on cement, cracking it open, hoping to make a dent. I'm hell bent on resurrection, perfection. Lesson number one, rekindle the essence. Rap ain't about busting caps and fucking bitches. It's about fluency with rhyming ingenuity. All of this is new to me. See, I pick rhymes with scrutiny under a microscope. I walk a tightrope, a thin line between insanity and sanity, mixed with a little vanity, boosting the morality with high hospitality. Soon to strike it rich like calories, salaries. Sounds like a plan, and I will expand hip hop as well. Might even kick.
I could do a fucking split a I could do a fucking split a about a million times. I could do a fucking split a you pop up, and then roll, then you, that is split a fucking split a you pop up, and then roll, I mean pop it, you roll,
I don't buy it,
and then you go in to the shit. Powerly, blind, powerly, I could do a fucking split a roll, then you, that is split a fucking split a I could do a fucking split a you pop up, and then roll, I mean pop it.
That's pretty much the only trick that I
You guys are just rolling in, which is fine. I'm just pointing out that my understanding of the definition, chat chime in, is that you're flying towards it, you roll,
I don't buy
and then you go in to the shit. Not roll.
You can't make me. When you hop back,
flying towards it, and then you go and punch up, roll towards it, hop it, flying towards it, yo, flying towards it, and then you go and punch up, roll towards it, flying towards it.
WALDOH's reporting echo. We know we say to that. Thank you, Waldo. Problem fixed. Woo, let's go!
Ready, guys? Oh my god, he just ran in.
Damn it. It's always something. It's always a new technical issue every week here at B2P. What up, y'all? Thank you for joining us this week once again. Tonight we're excited to shout out a couple happy birthdays. This week we got up and coming on May 1st, we have the FPV Geek. And if you're not hip, FPV Geek has a store inside the Goon Squad Discord and has some of the best deals around. So if you need parts, always take a look at the marketplace. New Sins' birthday is today. Happy birthday, my brother. And this week's Pilot of the Week is the one and only, our homie, E-Rod. Yo. Yeah. I don't have it on cue. And with that, let's get over to the goons and let's get this going. What's up, y'all? How you doing this week?
What up?
What up, chat?
What up,
live?
What's going on, people in chat? How is everybody? Jasper S. Tech. Oh, you're right there.
Techless.
FPV Mama, Swift Up, John Solo. What is real? What's going on, fellas? Brandon, Bentley, Perriero.
I suck at names, so I'm just gonna say hi to everybody in the chat. Besides a few people I know by names. Actually, I flew today. I just came back from flying about an hour ago.
What?
Yeah.
Nice.
That's awesome. I'm jelly.
Right before the chat, I was actually starting to edit something out. Well, I don't consider it edit. It's only one pack runs I edit, so That's my excitement for today.
Man, put it in editing software. It's called editing.
Yeah, can edit.
Post. It's post. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. I've been working on this drift edit all week long. It's
I want to see it.
it's all for naught, dude.
I gotta bust balls because I like cars. That's why.
I do too, man. It looks good. It's turning out good in my opinion, but it's just drift. It's for me.
Well, you know what though, honestly, and I know Chad can probably attest to this. And people that've been editing, you know, both images and videos, we're our worst critiques. You know, we could have the dopest footage, the dopest flight,
sure.
and I mean, even old gravy. I'm sorry to get that into the realm, but you're never happy. You know, you're your worst own critic. You know, you think it's good, everybody thinks it's good, but to you, it looks like shit. You know. Like
Well, that's just it. That's where you end up landing. You're like, But still, anyway, I still spend 15, 20 hours on these stupid things on occasion like an idiot. But it's fun. I enjoy that part, to be honest.
I try to take my own self out of the part of the decision-making process. Cause like when I take a pack, I just go through it and I just literally say, okay, that was cool. Back up, make a cut. Okay, it's starting to let it roll. It's starting to suck. Boom, that's a chunk. And I go through all my packs like that. And then I start rearranging them and worrying about all the other stuff. But like, until I started doing that, I was like, it was almost like if I had just like if I have 5 packs of video on my timeline, it was almost overwhelming.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah. Well, it's the same. Hey, Dr. Still, I'm the same way, dude. I got 90% of my footage never makes it to anybody's eyes except mine.
Dude, I got terabytes of footage that never made it anywhere.
Never.
Exactly.
I don't even know I don't know why I keep it really, but one of these days I'll do a
fucking video hoarders. That's pretty much what
one
we
of these. One of these days I'll do like this is where I was 6 years ago, whatever, and then my whole timeline because I probably have footage throughout, but because I'm a collector, a hoarder of footage.
Yeah, footage. I mean, but it's mind-boggling, but it's not as bad as, let's say, you know, like when you're actually filming like any high-end stuff. I mean, Clint, I know Chad knows Clint, and Clint does editing, you know, like touch-ups and stuff like that, and he's a
photo touch-up guy. I've talked to him about him several times on the show. Yeah, he does retouching for large magazines, fashion magazines, ad campaigns, stuff like that.
About gigabytes of just images, not even video.
Photos,
images.
yeah.
And he goes through. He spends like maybe a week or two just ciphering through all the images to find out which is the best, and it's still not good enough because the client doesn't like certain aspects of the image. You got to go back and retouch it, you know. So he'll spend maybe on one image a week or two just because.
That's my problem is I want it to be I want to outreach my skills as far as the editing goes and as far as the end picture looks like. I want to try to make that like look legit. I mean, I get closer every time I feel like, so that's all that matters to me. But I like BOG, a big oily guy was talking about, he just tries to do the one pack thing
Swift
and try to
was saying the
perfect
same
that
thing.
so that he can kind of self-motivate, which I think is an awesome thing. I've kind of gone the opposite direction for a while. That's what I was doing, but then I got really into editing and liking like pretty shots, but at the same time I love a flippy floppy. I mean,
who doesn't
I love a flippy floppy.
And
I'll
you know,
juicy flick
with one packs, you definitely have to learn to take some of the bad with the good, because you're always going to make mistakes somewhere in that one pack that you're just like, why did I do that? Like, you know, and that's the like it's almost like, it's like, dude, the whole thing was awesome until it did this one dumb thing.
Well, that's why I mean,
you know, like,
well, back in the day, it'd be me sitting out there with 25 packs and just banging every single one of them out. Now it's like I fly by myself most of the time. So if I spend 6 packs at one spot, I mean, I've been there a long time. You know what I mean? Like
I can't fly by myself. It drives me up the wall.
Well, I can't go to some of the good spots because it's like I've had a bum take a dump right next to me while I was flying. After that happens to you and you see it via FPV, like third person.
Did you catch that for real? You caught the footage?
Wait, were you coming in to land or something?
Yeah, I was power looping this a building in Atlanta. They shot some like I'm having a blank on a zombie flick. Walking Dead. They filmed some Walking Dead there. But
Yeah,
anyway,
that one
like,
spot,
basically
yeah.
there's like a parking underneath this building. You can just do a massive power loop over this thing. Well, that's what I was doing. And I'm like standing in the middle of this thing, like up under it. And I get the big power loop in, I make it over, and like literally as I'm coming in at Mach 100, like I come within feet of this dude just straight taking a dump. 20 feet, 10 feet behind me.
Now, let me ask you a question though. Was that a crappy pack or non-crappy pack?
I mean, I didn't crash. I just immediately came over and buzzed him again.
That's why, like,
hey, bro, keep your shit
flying
over there.
flying solo in the city. I always, like, number one, I try to keep my shit together. Like, I'll get my shit out that I need, and then I close my bag.
yeah.
I'll have that, you know, I have my. A lot of times I keep my skateboard tucked up with it. But I was just gonna say, it is one of the advantages of being, you know, macro quad pilot, because if I'm ripping around and I see somebody approaching me with the 10-inch, I literally right over to myself and I stop, like, right next to myself, and I watch. I'm like, who is that? You know what I mean? And if I don't recognize them, I fucking land and I take my goggles off immediately. And usually it's just some person that's interested, you know, or whatever, and it's fine. But people get rolled in this city all the time, so you don't, you know, you gotta. When you're doing tricks and stuff and you're solo, you need to kind of, part of your line needs to be somewhere where it puts you in your own line of sight so you can see what's going on. Of course, I always have a spotter though, Artie. Just kidding. Just kidding. But
no comment.
I always have a spotter, right? You always have a
You
spotter.
need one. Thank God today we had spotters because they're because we went to a park, one of our local parking spots that we actually have privilege to fly there when we're not supposed to. But thank God to some of the plane pilot guys, they retire NYPD, so they have a little bit more leverage where we fly at, and they're cool with us. You know, we could fly and everything as long as it's within after a certain time frame. And so we went to a park, and people were in the park. So we went to one area where we know there's not a lot of people. It's kind of open field. And people showed up, and I'm just like, here we go. So basically, before we could fly together, we had to take turns flying, so like that one person could spot the other person in case, you know, any.
Yeah, I mean, if you're ever in a really populated area, that's always a benefit of having extra spotters, you know.
Dude, before I forget, I just want to shout out. I want to shout out RISKO once again for making the awesome remix, and we're probably gonna. I just wanted to play it again tonight. Unfortunately, a little audio glitch, but thank you for Waldo for being Johnny on the spot to let me know. You guys rule. I love you guys. I want to say arigato, Pritlab Sun FPV. Thank you for joining us tonight, all the way from Japan.
Konnichiwa.
Arigato.
Arigato. I'm done.
Yeah, thanks for showing up, man.
Thank you. Yeah.
I really appreciate it.
He's amazing. I just want to put that out there. Love
awesome
that guy.
Spot. He's in the south, though. He's in south of Japan.
Beautiful spot in Japan, yeah.
Gorgeous.
So nice.
Everything in Japan is beautiful.
It's just funny. I was
country.
I made that video because I was having that issue with my Black Magic, and I was in the process I was documenting my troubleshooting process and stuff. But Print Lab's like, yeah, Black Magic camera. He's like, woo! It's amazing. Like, I just love that. I love the energy. It's amazing. And thank you for your support and everything. Fucking you rock. Erod in the house. What's up, man? Edwin. Much love to the chat. You guys all fucking rock. I just want to say that too.
Asking FPV Mama, the chat. How often do you guys actually fly alone?
I mean,
I almost always fly alone.
Yeah, same.
Greg's far away from his Swift Duck. He's like half hour, 45 minutes away, and our schedules are way different. Yeah. 508 just flies whenever. He kind of does the same shit that I do and just goes.
I mean, you got that spot by your house though. That's at least you can get out there and rip. I mean, that's
dude. And I mean,
right
I can
there.
rip that. I can rip that entire spot from my front steps now. I don't even have to leave my yard. So it's
before COVID really goofed things up here in the city. The year before last year, there was a park it's about a 15-minute bike or skateboard ride from my apartment.
15 minutes driving.
And so in the entertainment industry, we tend to work really hard throughout the spring and the fall, and some in the like winter, right up until like a week or two before Christmas. But then in the summer, usually if you're not doing like festivals or like outdoor sound gigs or something, like for me, I usually I would take like a gig or two a month, like in like July, August, and then other than that, that was like enough to pay bills or whatever, and I would just literally fly for 2 months in the summer, and a lot of days I would be up at 10 in the morning and just go to the park by myself. And I was going to the park, if weather permitting. I was going 4 or 5 times a week at like 10 in the morning or so. There's nobody there.
Yes.
It was just like, super chill. But then I would get random people sometimes that would come up and approach me, and every once in a while another pilot would show up. But generally speaking, I just kind of went solo, didn't attract a lot of attention to myself, but I got out there almost every day solo, and then the weekends we would get together and fly. So I did a lot of solo flying that year. But then last year, first they shut the parks down, and then when they opened them back up, everybody had to have social distance. So there's just soft targets everywhere, so I can't fly there.
Yeah,
it just
spread
sucks.
out more.
Yeah, and then of course the park police started cracking down if we tried to fly because there's people everywhere, and it's understandable. And again, as a macro pilot, with great power comes great responsibility. So I'm not going to go send the 10-inch around a pile of people. It's just not happening.
I mean, we've tried, and it's just hard. I remember the time that we went over to the spot.
We got kicked out. Yeah, that one time that was a lot. Well, that was right when the park reopened after COVID, in 2020. We went there, and park police booted it, gave us the boot.
The police didn't give us anything. The police just kept on driving by. It was actually just our park patrol guys.
Yeah, I'm with you, Dr. Steele. When I do hear people, because I still go to spots like buildings and stuff that aren't abandoned. I don't mind going to. It's just when you get to a sketchy spot, and it's just sometimes I just pass by because it's like it's not worth it.
A lot of our like cool little niche once like in Brooklyn and Queens, like there's some spots along some tracks and stuff you basically have to trespass to get onto. But once you get in those spots, you're usually cool, but you get the bums, and then like that one spot, like one of the spots is along train tracks. You'll get train cops coming down and harassing you and shit sometimes. But that's really I'd say if you're a solo pilot, everybody's got a spotter. If you're a solo pilot, just especially in a sketchier spot, you gotta just fly by yourself every so often. Just your spatial awareness really has to be kind of on point when you're alone in a city like New York or Atlanta or Pittsburgh, like anywhere, any bigger city. We got sketchy spots. There's potentially going to be sketchy people.
But if you do, you are flying alone. Just make sure if somebody comes there, just come in for some fast orbits.
That's it.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
Anybody hears that thing flying at them, first of all, I'm gonna
Shit.
go straight into you.
Especially a 10 X-class style. Jesus Christ.
Well, I mean, dude, somebody comes walking up to me, I'm just going, roar, and I fucking, pop.
Dude.
They stop dead in their tracks, dude. They're like, they don't want no part of that.
They come up to you, they're like, "Can I just get a cup of sugar, honey?"
I mean, I actually had like one dude was like a balloon salesman. He would go around and sell shit to kids and shit. Like it was like, people in the park, they do that. They sell balloons. But like, what, this dude was just like this. He was an older gentleman.
It wasn't a DVD guy?
He was an older gentleman on a bike selling shit to kids. I don't remember what it was. Maybe it might have been kites and balloons or some shit. But that's what he was doing. And he was fascinated. And to see that pure, almost childlike fascination in this 60-some-year-old dude's eyes was so amazing.
Yeah, every once in a while you'll catch somebody that's just super pumped about it, and that's always fun.
Yeah.
Man. Or like you find a kid that wants to see it, and you get, they can put them in the goggles.
Mm-hmm.
Like really blow their mind, get all upside down right over top of them.
One time they were filming in the park where we go, and there was a film crew out there. It was pretty good, 20 people, tons of dollies, set dollies, all sorts of shit. And they were loading out, and I was sitting there flying solo with the 10-inch, and all of a sudden I hear all these people cheering and clapping, and it's the fucking film crew. Like they literally were pushing their carts and shit through the park. They saw me ripping and they all just stopped and started watching. And then the next thing I'm like, and I'm doing backflips and ripping the macro. And then when I finally come into land, it's like, woo! People are up there like laughing, like applauding, and then they started pushing their carts and took off. It was crazy.
Back to it. Yeah. That's awesome, man.
Well, I had this one time. This is way back when all I was flying was helis and tiny whoops, like way back in the day, like 6 years ago. I'm standing in a baseball field, and I think it was like right after I met Charlie. So I was flying like 80-degree up tilt on a tiny whoop, you know what I mean, and just hauling ass, going as fast as I can. And I'm in this baseball field. Nobody's around. It's the middle of the day, probably like 1-2 o'clock in the afternoon. And I'm just out there, just running pack after pack after pack, just working on the alien whoop shit, And all of a sudden, somebody comes up, and they're like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And I'm like, just out here flying." And as I'm explaining to what I'm doing, the guy put his hand on the small of my back, and instead of it being my back, it was my pistol. And I'm like, disarm, flip the goggles. I'm like, "Yo, you better not fucking go touching people." And he looked at me terrified, like I was gonna fucking shoot him or something. But it wasn't. It was just like, don't go fucking touching people that you don't know them. I'm like, bro,
I can't see you, dude.
Yeah,
that's just.
Well, I think I think a lot of people don't realize. A lot of people don't realize initially that we're blind when we have the goggles down. I mean, technically speaking, because even if because for example, people that have used VR systems, like most VR systems today have a front-facing camera that will actually basically augment. So if you're in VR and somebody walks into your space, it tricks the sensor and will open it up, and you'll see the person in your VR space. It's like my HTC Vive does that. Somebody comes into my space, all of a sudden it's like holodeck, and it flips that camera on to show me somebody's there. So I don't, because some of these games, like, dude, you might be like punching at shit, or you're all into it. You might knock somebody out, bro. Like if you didn't know they were there, like seriously. But it's a dope feature. So with the HTC Vive, once you define your space, if somebody if somebody comes into the sensor space that you defined, it's exactly what it is. It's like whoop, there all of a sudden there's a person there. Because like when I was doing VR, like with my ex, she would come into the room and talk to me, and I wouldn't even have to lift the goggles. Sometimes I could just basically pause and be like, "What?" And she would just put her face in front of it, and I would see her in my VR shit. It was fucking hilarious. It's pretty wild, dude. So yeah, and I'm sure Risco knows all about that.
I mean.
Yeah, it's like it's other movement in the inside of your Guardian or whatever.
Honestly, I wish somebody would do something like that with an FPV.
Guardian.
Somebody would do something like that with an FPV goggle. That would be kind of cool to have like a little forward face camera on your FPV goggle that would kind of like pip in if somebody got.
Don't the Skies?
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Had and the older series, they had a camera in front of it. You can use that to see the outside world.
Oh no shit.
Yeah, it was like a novelty thing. I don't think everybody really used it that much.
Yo, I have to tell you the duck story really quick. So you guys, you might remember, some of you guys have watched the show for a while. A while back, I played a video game clip when we were playing this game, Squad. And I was in the back of a truck, and I was quacking, and everybody was quacking. And then this guy starts screaming, "I don't know what the fuck's going on with all these ducks in the back of the truck." Anyways, dude, 2 nights ago, I'm playing Squad again with the same people, and we all loaded into the game. There's like 50 dudes from my side, all spawned in the same spot. It's the very top of the game, so everyone's there. And I hit the quack button, bro. I shit you not, the entire base was quacking. It was possibly the greatest video game moment of my life in a certain regard, because I literally had like almost 100 people quacking and running around. They all running around trying to do like a duck walk when their guys were moving. They would like lean back and forth, dude. I gotta get a video clip. It was on my buddy's stream, my buddy Saber's stream, but it was fucking and I was just thinking of Swift Duck the whole time. I'm like, Swift Duck would fucking be dying right now, because like I basically set it up so that the soundboard that we use on the show, I can pipe that into my voice chat into Squad. So I'll be running around fucking in the middle of the woods. I'll look at a teammate and just go quack, and I'll keep running, dude. Or something, or I'll roar at him with fucking Chewbacca or something. It's hilarious.
That's fun.
And the other night it was insane. It was literally, I just hit the button one time, and then another guy started quacking, and then another guy started quacking, and then the entire game was fucking quacking. It was hilarious. Anyways, I had to say the duck story because that was fun. But
It's awesome.
What time is it? What time are we at? All right. So a couple housekeeping notes for everybody, for the audience. We're gonna try. I'm not making any promises here, but we're gonna try. We're gonna try to start the elevator music.
In progress.
This is a work in progress. So just so y'all know, we're gonna start trying to get the elevator music going about 10 minutes early, and our faces being on closer to 10 rather than 10:10 or 10:15 if we have a technical problem. Because if we have a technical problem, it pushes us 10:15, 10:20, and that's too late. So we're just trying to reel it in. And so ideally, you might see our ugly mugs at 10 o'clock next week if we don't screw it up. So anyways, and then you can expect, just so you know, you can expect the game of quad. The traditional hit time for Game of Quad was about 11. We have pushed it to 11:15. So if you come to watch Game of Quad, it's going to be about 11:15-ish. And yeah, that's it. And we're going to make a couple other changes. Should we talk about the after party yet?
Yeah.
Sure.
So this is kind of a housekeeping. So basically we're going to cut the show after about 2 to 2.5 hours each week. And whatever videos and things we don't necessarily get to play, we're probably gonna be doing is starting an after party, and we'll be playing any videos we didn't get to, and
that just roll it over into that.
It's gonna roll over into a new stream. And then if somebody, like if you guys are watching, if you want to come out and hang out with us, we're gonna make the Zoom invite open for y'all to come and hang out, and we're just gonna have a hang. We're gonna watch videos and have fun together after the main show. So that's our idea. Let us know what you think. You're into that, but that's basically what we're thinking about. Yeah, feedback, welcome.
Suggestions, man. We appreciate it. Please.
So we don't have a ton of time, and we did want to kind of talk about. Is there news? We have this fucking Cadix Vista crap, right? What is that?
The air unit, which is already out of stock and will be for the next 3 months.
Air units are coming out from
I'm still
them.
against DJI, but that's besides the point.
Hey! I feel personally attacked.
Air unit, and then the Cadix air unit, right? Cadix air unit is the other thing.
The air unit mini, yes.
Yes, from now on, I think Cadix is going to be the only supplier of the air
for all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, DJI is not gonna. From what I was reading today, actually, DJI is gonna focus more on their other devices, including their DJI drone, but not so much on the air unit itself. So that means that for every user that are looking to jump into DJI and need extra VTXs, they have to go through Cadix now, no more DJI. Yeah.
Well, it's probably going to fix the supply chain issues that they've been having, obviously. So, Cadix didn't really pause like they did. No. So.
Well,
they did announce, actually, though, in the announcement, the Cadix rep said it's going to take a little bit. This is what's happening, but the chip shortage is still. They mentioned it.
Yeah.
So it is a factor, I think, for Cadix, but not as badly. What the root of that actually is, Gravy, is that the U.S. government effectively embargoed DJI from being able to buy certain chips. Cadix is not under that embargo. No. So DJI couldn't get the chips to make the air unit, so they licensed it over to Cadix because Cadix isn't on the embargo.
Okay.
Also, too, though, I mean, since Cadix is primarily a manufacturer of just cameras in general, most people don't even realize that they only do they make FPV cameras, but they make security cameras as well. So I guess they have more of a supplier, I'm assuming, for chips than DJI might have.
Oh yeah. Well, that would explain, because also the Nebula Pros just came back in stock too. So that's, that explains it, how Cadix has shit that even like a huge company like DJI doesn't have.
That was all the China embargo shit that they put out there. So basically, some of the chips that DJI was using were somehow based on U.S. tech that they were basically banned from being able to buy. So therefore, they couldn't actually produce the parts. But Cadix was not included in the ban. Is Cadix like in Taiwan or something? I don't know where they're based.
I don't know.
Sure.
I wonder if they're Hong Kong even.
Let's find out.
I mean, Hong Kong's technically China though, so they would be under the same embargo. I think they're out of China, if I'm not mistaken.
But also,
unless it's just company based.
No, it's definitely China, because I remember Lunchbox was
I love
inside
China
the headquarters. He was inside the headquarters one time when he was out there. I remember that.
But don't they also have a U.S. based U.S. based offices?
Well, the embargo may have been strictly against DJI as a company. I don't know, but I thought it was multiple.
I thought it was
Chinese
part. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was the Chinese could not buy the tech, but I could be wrong.
Oh wait, GE owns Caddx?
What? I know that.
All right. Yeah, GE Caddx alarm systems.
Yeah, well, I know they make alarm system security systems. That I know. They actually
Interesting.
they
I
make
did not
cameras.
know
For,
that.
they also make cameras for other manufacturers. Not gonna name anybody. Wrong
Where the fuck are they?
here.
Where the fuck are they based?
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Wait,
they make cameras
what?
for them. Yeah, they make cameras for them too.
Then why are the non-digital Caddx cameras such shit compared to Fox here?
Yeah, why?
Because of the firmware.
Well, yeah. Why are the?
They use different firmwares. That's why. But the hardware is still actually made by Caddx.
All right. So again, supply chain. So it's definitely a supply chain thing.
Oh, wow.
All right. Wow, I didn't know that. No shit.
Well, you learn something new every day, boys and girls and non-binaries.
That's why I always use Caddx right from the lion's mouth.
All right. Was there any other things? All right. So we want to talk about our topic, right? Let's talk about that. As dryly as I can change the topic, I'm going to right now. Is there any other news? I don't know where Caddx is because it isn't listed on their website.
No. I know they're in China for sure.
I'll have to
Because
look and see what the part embargo was about. It may have been just naming companies and not. And I think it has something to do with that Altel suit, if I'm not mistaken. It might have been just like Altel versus DJI is where that stemmed from. I don't know where this like embargo has stemmed from definitively, but I just know that that's what it was, is that DJI could no longer buy a part. Caddx wasn't under the same restrictions, so they basically licensed it over to them. But I also know that there was some Chinese embargoes that we weren't selling certain technologies to China at all anymore. And Hong Kong would be under that.
Yes.
Technically.
Now, before, if it was like 3 years ago, maybe not. But
Right.
Well, it's going to get repealed and we can get all our shit back, hopefully.
well, it's
We'll
starting,
see.
I think it's starting to come back little by little. I mean, we start seeing a little bit of flood of components coming back to the country. So let's see what happens.
Nah. I mean, they discontinued production of the fucking Camaro because they didn't have silicon for it.
Yeah, there's a lot of cars that are not being manufactured right now that because of this as well. Because of the chip shortage.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I didn't know.
Wild
that.
stuff. Wild
So Printlab's saying that the Japanese government is saying that they have to fly drones under 250, but they'll set a new law that's flying under 100 grams. Good gosh.
Oh, what?
Can you get a
They did so well with the under 250. That was like innovative. They made, most of the videos you see out of Japan are insane because you're like, how is that with something that's under fucking half a pound? Like, come on.
Yeah, it's
He said he loves his 5-inch.
Can you get a license? Can you get a license to fly something bigger in Japan?
I don't know.
I wish I could say those.
Let's ask.
Oh man.
So that actually is a good segue. So we're talking. We get our license.
So speaking of that, I mean, no matter what, if you're flying commercially, it doesn't matter what it weighs. You have to have a license if it's under 55 pounds. So
exactly. That's a good thing. So a lot of people, as you know, and you probably caught, and I've been telling a few people, I'm personally about to go take my test. So I'm pretty fresh on a lot of the information currently.
Pretty fresh, man. I think all of in between last week and this week, I have heard nothing but updates on. I have studied this 42 times. I'm cross-eyed with METAR and weather information.
You know what? I made this.
ASL.
The FAA is just gonna beam the METAR straight into my brain next week, dude. Like that's
AGL or MSL, which is it?
I got all those 5Gs working for me. I'm gonna fucking start getting that. I'm gonna get my METARs and my NOTAMs and my TFRs just right into my brain. Just like,
they're gonna burn your lights right on your forehead.
Waldo's studying. So I mean, obviously, hopefully, the RDQ suit against the FAA, some good comes of that. At least,
That's crazy.
But obviously, some people are obviously, less than happy about remote ID and all that stuff coming in 2023, and what potentially we're gonna have to do as a hobbyist to fly and commercially, because as a commercial pilot, we'll need to have remote ID on these vehicles. So that's the cool thing is retrofit is an option, which originally the way it was written, it wasn't an option. And really the big thing is if Tyler can't just beat it, hopefully they can at least make it so it's not something that costs $300 or something stupid. Right, like if it's 50, 60, $100 even, whatever. Gliders have FLARM, whatever. You know what I mean? Unmanned craft usually have some kind of transponder. Or manned ultralights and stuff. Usually you're throwing FLARM out or something. Right? So whatever. We got to do it. But the cool thing is, you get this license, you could fly big ass aircraft, which is definitely a cool thing. No matter, and even the more they try to push it. And you can get paid to do it, yeah. And that's really a pretty amazing thing. So I think right now, I know John Solo just passed his. I know a lot of guys studying. I know a lot of guys have passed. I will definitely.
I've made the decision to actually go get my license today. I'm gonna have to refresh, or you might have to send me some of your information that you've been studying with, so I can start cracking that whip.
Well, I can tell you that, and I kind of touched on it before, is thankfully somebody allowed me to use one of their programs to help me as well. But I would definitely say, is for me, having a hard copy of the testing supplement, mine is all folded over and dog-eared to hell already. And, I think that for me anyways, when I'm studying on my iPad or my computer, to have a book have that book with me, because passing the test the key is in that book. If you can get the info for most of the answers they ask from the testing supplement, they're in there. There's a few things you need to memorize, airspace, Class A airspace, 18,000 MSL, stuff like that. There's a few. One thing I was talking to Artie today or last night. It's like A and B airspace is an MSL, and the rest are AGL. So if you're taking the test and they say something about Class G and the answer is 2,800 or whatever the case is, but they give you the option of MSL or AGL, just remember it's only A and B that are MSL, and the rest the correct answer is going to be AGL. Yep, that was freaking
two questions that I messed up on were that very thing, where I just flipped the MSL and AGL.
And they give you easy questions that are tricky as fuck like that. And I noticed that when I took mine, it was like, okay, well, by process of elimination, it's not these, but what the fuck? Why are you throwing this in there? it's just kind of odd.
The other thing I will mention is that when they're asking about airspace, the answer regarding is it 700 feet MSL or ASL is your answer. With the shaded magenta line on Class D, right? Is it Class D or E? It's Class D, right? This is one that I got to remember. But it's in the book. It's in the key. It's on the first key page. If you can't remember off the top of your head, it's right there, and it actually will tell you 700 AGL, right there. And so, those, learn to read the keys. I can't actually remember all of this stuff every second of the day, but I know where to find it.
And that's the key.
And that's the key.
Know where to find all the answers, because again, the majority of them are in that supplemental paperwork. So
the only thing that's not in there is METARs. Everything else is in it, and they only ask you. Well, I'm not going to say that.
They only asked me 3 questions. On METARs. I was getting a lot more on my practice tests that I got, but they only asked me 3 questions where I actually had to read the METAR.
Well, some people got no airspace ceiling questions, and some people have. And that's the one other thing that is not in there. The airspace ceiling for A, B, and C, and D, and all of that are there. That's not listed in the testing supplement, so you need to memorize those. And it's 5 numbers, so it's not a ton, right? But numbers. Because Class A is 18,000 MSL, Class B is 10,000 MSL. Obviously, from A, B, C, and D, these numbers go down. Class C is 4,000, Class D is 500 AGL, and then Class C is 1200. And Class G is 1200 technically, but we're only supposed to fly 400 above AGL or an object, right? So
yeah,
that's
because
now
that's also that was one of the things that we've talked about in the past too. A lot of people also think that AGL is like shielded operations kind of thing, where you have it's not 400 feet above the tallest structure. It's 400 feet above ground level, like it's AGL. So I mean, whatever the elevation is at that point, like if you're at sea
you have
level,
to be within 400 feet of a structure to be able to tether. So you could be 400 feet above, or you could be 400 feet away.
To the north, south, east, or
Or
west.
an arc
within 400 feet of that structure, and then that does apply. So if you are not, it is AGL from the ground.
So if you
It is
park
still
in a parking
AGL,
structure, if you park on top of a parking structure, that's considered ground zero, and then 400 feet up. That's kind of how they word it.
If you're flying above a 961 foot building, which happens, you have 400 foot above that.
That makes no fucking sense. That's like 1,300 feet from ground up. Stupid regulations. People are just morons, I swear.
But that's the way it works. If you're within 400 feet of that building in any direction, you are shielded by its 400 feet from its structure at its tallest point. So.
Oh, sorry. Here you go. So the Class E magenta shaded line is 700 feet AGL. And it says above surface in the key, right? And that's what you want to learn how to find. And then the Class E is 1,200 feet AGL as well, and that's the shaded blue line. And so for those minimums, you need to know that.
But the key to know here is simply that the majority of your answers are in that supplement. So make sure that you know where to find them. That's if you can study one thing, study where to find those. But
the gotcha to this whole thing is what they do in the test is that they will. So say they'll say, like, you know, if you're flying above that structure, blah 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 blah, and you have to do the math, like how high can you go, you know, technically in that space. But then they'll give you an answer, and they'll give that answer both in MSL and AGL. And it's really easy to forget and just go, oh, so you'll see the actual number and forget the AGL MSL part. Don't screw that up. Like, make sure you're keeping it in you're picking the right one there. And they will purposely try to throw you off with that. Or they might ask you like a bunch of math in AGL, but then they'll say, well, what is this now in MSL? Like, you know, what is it in actually in MSL or whatever? And you're like, fuck, you know, like, so you need to be able to calculate both. And all the structure icons on the map, like, they give you their height, and the top number is MSL, bottom numbers AGL, and they'll fucking ask you questions about that, and then they'll have you do math, and then they'll give you answers that are in both, and you got to remember to stick to the right one as you come around to actually answer the final question.
So let's just say
they'll trip you up though. They are throwing trick questions. Yes,
makes sense.
And there was one question, I don't remember the exact answers off my head, but it's like 2 of the answers were technically right, but they literally expect you to know what the best answer is. It's like, and so, like, you know, one of them was like, you know, you had to check your weather, and then there was another one was something about inspection or something, but for that particular question, there was a better answer for the 2, you know what I mean? And so, like, that, no, 11:15.
Oh, word.
I announced that.
I mean, I hear you, dude. I'm just trying to.
I guess you didn't hear him that time.
I'm just trying to keep up. I'm a stoner. I forget things quickly.
So what else did you guys see in your testing? What tripped you up?
I mean, that was it. It was simple things that was just wording, like MSL and AGL. That literally messed me up 2 times. I'm trying to think of some of the others. Where to find certain things, like
aeronautical manual, or the chart sub-element, or the chart notes. Yeah.
Yeah. In the notes of the chart, and I can't think off the top of my head what which one's where, but knowing knowing where to find everything. Those are what messed me up. All the like detailed stuff or finding stuff on the.
If you want, there's the airport directory or airport terminal. That supplemental chart has the airport directory information. That's where you'll find like when does the airport close. If you want to find out information about a restricted special use area, that is in the chart notes, right? And then
Well, that's kind of common sense.
But they'll give you, but they also give you the aeronautical information manual, and then they give you like they give you the chart supplement. Then there's the airman's supplement or whatever the hell that one's called. Like I'm looking for it right now. Then there'll be chart notes.
Yeah, it's just silly things like that was what tripped me up.
So here's some of them. It's the notes to sectional charts, the chart supplements / airport facilities directory, and then the aeronautical information manual.
Yeah.
That's the three big ones. And those are the ones that you really need to know what the difference is. But and I'm trying to think of a question that replies to the aeronautical information manual because I passed the question. I just don't remember what the question was off the top of my head.
You know what? I'll just memorize the book. That's how I did it last time.
I mean, you can take that method, but definitely.
Let me see if I can find it.
Did that for the
Unicom stations are non-governmental.
That's true.
They will not shoot down all future unmanned craft if you falsify your records. I love that question.
I saw that post you made. That was hilarious.
That shit was funny, dude. I was like, what?
Hell, we are in some third world country where they're shooting things off the sky.
Well, I know a few people down south you might have to worry about.
Dang.
I'm just kidding, man. I mean, I'm not. There are a couple of weirdos at it, but I think that's pretty much everywhere.
Yeah, pretty much. That's the norm. I mean, you copped a bum taking a squat. So.
Hey, bro.
So here was one that I
real.
There was what is the floor of the controlled airspace around Sandport Airport, and I got it wrong.
Is this what we're trying to remember? We're just trying to figure out and help you remember.
No, I'm just for everybody, but I'm telling you what I screwed up so far that I know, and that's what I can add at this moment. But anyways, they give you an answer in MSL and AGL, and to get the answer, you have to add the 700 feet AGL to the MSL number, and it's actually an MSL answer. But you have to add. But part of the equation is the 700 AGL. That's what will get you, because then you're like, oh, 700 AGL, so the answer must be an AGL, but it's not, because you're actually looking for the MSL, and that's the stuff that will get you for sure. That's what's gotten me.
The rest of the stuff, just no latitude, longitude,
kind of recording and so forth.
I mean, it's all relatively easy memorizing stuff, like the sectional charts. Again, once you learn what the things are, it pretty much tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah, and once you like knowing that there's a number on a lot of the sectional charts have multiple numbers on them, and it was so just read it carefully, because a lot of times the question will be like, on chart 24, section 3. What is going on with this airport? And so you just have to go flip through the book until you find the chart numbers increase to that number in the bottom, and then look on there somewhere. There's going to be a round circle with a number 3 on it, and that's the section that you need to go to find your answer. They guide you straight to it. You just got to remember to read the question entirely to actually
they give you these charts in the exam as well.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they give you a whole key. Yeah. Like everything is in the key except for METARs and elevation. Yeah.
Just gotta know how to read the question and find your answer on those charts, pretty much.
Yeah, that's what you get right there.
A lot of the Amazon books, when you order them, you get this with it as a second book. They include it, and this book, I've gotten more out of this than I did the actual manual, like the actual book, because just like having this copy. I'm not really marking it up, but
didn't you send a PDF out to that book?
I also threw all the abbreviations for the METAR stuff for the weather shit. So I'm just to go through that, so just you can get a sense of what all the shorthand means. Like when you see RN, it's rain, scattered, thunderstorms and shit. Like everything's shorthand, so you have to kind of like at least get comfortable deciphering the shorthand so you can understand the hail and answers in knots, things of that nature.
Double A in the house. What up, brother?
Is it this book? I don't know if you can see it.
I can't.
No.
Right?
No,
I think you said
No.
a PDF file. Oh no, it's the entire. Oh,
it's in that book is in the Goose God Discord. I've posted it there several times.
Never mind. It's an antenna book. Never mind. My friend sent me this. Yeah, it's a whole antenna book.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
they gave me a copy of that as well.
They're gonna give you that same book. They should give you scratch paper, and in most cases, they give you a calculator. Did you get a calculator, Matt?
No,
Or did you take one?
They gave me Incubus.
I don't remember. I don't remember, to be honest.
Incubus.
I brought.
I mean, I've had it for a bit, so it's.
Yeah.
I don't remember. I think they gave me a scratch pad, the key, and a calculator, because I don't think I brought anything.
Right, and all you really need some of the things you could use, the calculator for, but the main thing is your loading versus
the only thing,
your bank angles.
Angle.
Yeah.
That was the only reason I needed a calculator at all, was just that one question, and they only gave me one question.
And it would once you understand already said, the longitude and latitude and how to read
because
that.
Even that you would find it on a freaking graph for the most part.
But one helpful piece of information that I didn't realize initially, anyways, is that each square of an aeronautical chart is 30 degrees.
Oh, I didn't
from
know
your
that.
Yeah, so when you have 101 and 48, and then you have a square, that it's 47 and 30, so 47 and 30 degrees at the bottom of that square. And if you look, the check marks for each degree they're blocks of 10, and there's 3 of them. Yeah. And so that each one of those is a degree to find your time in seconds.
Yeah.
But you don't really need seconds so much.
No, you don't need seconds at all.
Yeah.
You don't need seconds at all.
Can you magnifying glass to John Solo or to Evermore?
They asked me if I wanted a magnifying glass, and I said no. No thanks.
Well, those charts are really intuitive, bro. So there's a lot of small little.
Some of them are hard to read. There's so much shit stacked on some of them.
I've got 20/20 vision, luckily. So.
How many fingers do I have? How many fingers do I have?
5. 6.
There's so much shit stacked on some of those. Some of those charts are hard to read because it's just clutter.
In the big metro areas, it is. But again, if you're paying attention to what it's asking you for, you find the stuff.
And just out of curiosity, how long do you have to take the exam?
2 hours.
2 hours.
You have 2 hours to take it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In real
35 minutes.
Really
yeah, I couldn't expect you to taking that long, to be honest.
That was also probably 5 minutes of me pretending to go back and look at things that I thought I needed to double check, but just.
Oh, so you say about 30 minutes and 5 minutes of proof of kind of skimming through it. That's not bad at all.
I mean, when I did my ham.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, when I did my ham test, basically what I did is I literally just cranked through it. I answered everything I knew definitively, and then I basically marked everything that I needed to go back and double check, and then I went back and spent the time on those, and that's where I slowed down. But I literally just cranked through, and I was like, oh cool, I already got 45 answers that I know for a fact are right,
you got 45,
and then
shit.
Or whatever the question, whatever the amount was, and then I have whatever 5, 6, 15, whatever the case is that I really need to spend a couple extra minutes on to make sure I'm getting it right. I
want to encourage everybody to get out there and do this. I mean, if it's something that you're thinking about at all, just do it. It's not as hard as it seems. I'm a freaking Neanderthal, and I passed it. I mean, I'm on the low rung. I quit school after my freshman year. So if I can do it, anybody can do it.
And it's gonna help. It's gonna help everybody out too. Like, we're all in the same hobby. You're gonna learn a lot about the rules and stuff like that, and then you're not gonna get fucked with because you know the rules.
And you're gonna be more aware of what you're doing when you're out, how you're doing it, how they can catch you in the wrong if they want to, and you know how to avoid that.
Although I will tend to warn you. I think just like I get a couple of my buddies that are 107 pilots that are really seriously pushing their own aerial videography businesses. Like they are looking at some of the other dudes that got 107s. They're like are posting pictures like above fucking freeways with their AP drone looking down and all the. And it's like, and those shots are definitely not cleared, not wavered out. It's the rules for flying over people and traffic and flying at night and all that shit are just now coming into effect. And so like it's just like don't be that guy. Don't be that guy. Like is really what it is. Like
as an advocate for the hobby, we need to try to, at least be smart about how we're catching video and how we're showing video. If that's what you do in your own fucking time, just don't be dumb and put that shit on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Tell everybody.
Yeah, or even start a new channel or something, and like that's like but you're really not helping anybody or yourself. But if you're putting it on your own channel that where you're also posting all your other stuff,
even when you're doing dumb shit, be safe about it.
To be fair,
believe me.
I was pretty much ready to go about 4 or 5 years ago to go get mine, and then I talked to a 107 guy I know here who's one of the best East Coast 107 guys out here, and he's like, if you still want to be a cowboy and dive buildings in Brooklyn, he's like, wait, because if you do get caught, it's a hobbyist. The worst you're gonna get is a slap on the wrist. But if you're doing some dumb shit and you have your 107, you went and took a test that proved you knew what you're doing, so you're gonna lose your license and you might get fined because you're being an idiot. So just because you proved you knew the regulations, and so. But the cool thing is
Bubby's taking his part when
his test on Friday. Yeah.
Nice. Good luck. Good luck to Bubby.
Good luck, Bubby.
Well, Ray just mentioned something. He said it costs about $400 USD and 2 days in Japan. I don't know what.
Oh wow, that's crazy, man.
That's expensive. That's the license fee because like a ham license is what 20.
They might be taking. Are you taking an actual practical? Do you have to fly?
I don't know.
You have to do a flying test in Japan? They might be taking more like a practical type test.
Yeah, they are because they love their paperwork. Well, that's expensive, bro. Your ham license is only
$400. That's steep.
Steep. We bitch about $25 for a ham
license.
I
mean, but let's. I mean, a lot of people are spending $200-300 on a 107 course, and then you're spending $160 to get the license. Even if you're a good self-study guy, like I tend to be, and I could totally have just. I personally bought an older video program back when I was getting prepared before. And then, like I said, I was blessed by somebody with a more updated one, and I had the book that I was also reading. It's one of those things. Like
I will say this as a person who did go out and get a program, the one that I got, Drone Launch. It helped me a lot. It made it very easy to know exactly what I needed to know, how I needed to know it, and I was able to complete it in a weekend. The following Friday, went and took the test, passed with an 84.
That's not bad. That's good. That's good.
I mean, literally for a weekend, yeah. And I mean, I spent the whole weekend going through it, and now I'm just cramming. I'm just doing practice exams. I'm doing each section. I'm doing the radio section by itself. I'm doing the regulation sections, the weather sections by themselves. So that way I can pinpoint the areas I really need to touch on. Then I'm going to be hitting I have multiple sources for full 60 question exams. The cool thing is the exams that I'm currently taking, they already have questions about remote ID in there. They already have questions about flying at night and making sure you have a strobe could be seen visibly from 3 statute miles. So all the new questions are actually on all the pre-tests that I'm taking currently. So I'm really happy about that. So ideally, I won't have to do the recurring test again for 2 years. I'll be good to go. I'll be able to, if I get my license, I can go fly at night as long as I got a strobe. Boom, done. I don't have to do the secondary step because I'm taking the updated set of rules. The test for the updated set of rules.
I got a question. For people that are practicing or they purchase the book to study, is there a practice exam within the books that you can actually practice before you take the exam?
The one that I recommended, and Matty Blunts and I think Newsins and a couple guys have been picking up, it has a code inside of it with a website that you can go to that has several, like 5 or 6 practice exams that you can take based on all the materials in the book. So I'm actually using those tests, both my course, I have 3 different sources, plus there's a couple other just like free online question pools. The only thing I warn against anybody about right this second is that try to make sure you're taking exams with the updated rule set. Because the old question is like, can you fly at night? Well, before the 26th of this month, you had to have a waiver. You don't have a waiver anymore. You just have to make sure you have a strobe. You had to have a strobe before too, but either way, you had to have a strobe. But now you don't need a freaking waiver. And and the other thing that you're seeing, and what I've been seeing from all my studies, is that like LAANC, which stands for Lance, they're to the point now where most waivers can be handled through that. And you don't even have to talk to the FAA as long as you're not doing anything crazy. But like I was talking to my buddy Robert the other day, he said a lot of times say you need to fly 600 AGL for whatever reason, but you can do it, and you get the off. Lance has a bunch of preset altitudes kind of already in there that you are just like, if you need that, you can apply for it. You can pretty much get it on the spot. But tethering rules go out the window. So say you're in a spot, but there's a building that's 450 feet tall. Now, normally you'd be able to go over there and fly above it, but when you are registered to be at a certain altitude, that's it. You can't use that tethering rule anymore. It goes out the window. But you can fly 600 feet all over the zone that you're cleared for. I don't know if you knew that already. I just learned that.
So I think that's actually where I got like the shielded operations part like confused kind of, is that when you do get a waiver, it's a hard altitude waiver. Like if you're at 600, and I guess like flying in Boston, stuff like that, everything's a waiver. So you're like hard cut at 200. Maybe 400.
Well, yeah, especially if you're flying in a grid 0 and you request an auth to fly at 200 or something, like, and you're in a grid 0 where you have the surface is, you have no altitude. Once you get that waiver, it's a hard 200. Like the tethering rules are out the window.
200 over a 1,000-foot building.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Correct.
All right. Okay. So that's where like the discrepancy, because I always just said it's a hard 400 or it's a hard fucking whatever my waiver is, something like that. Also, a hint for anybody that does this, it does go out as somebody that's been rolled up on by FAA reps in controlled air zones with a 0 grid or a like 50, 100, 200. If you can, just print out your waiver so that way you don't have to. You can just be
have it with
you have a hard copy.
That's something you got to know on the test too. What do you need to have when you're on site?
Yeah,
your license and your waivers.
Yes. Just like
well, and most of those waivers though, like again, with all the Lance waivers and stuff, you have it on Kitty Hawk right on your phone. You have your Kitty Hawk login. There's also oh god, what was that other one?
I got it. Hold on.
There's a company though that does a bunch of flight skyward.io. Their LAANC program is free. Their other services are paid. They have a bunch of flight planning services and things that you can get software for, but their Lance application stuff is free. So bare minimum, if you don't have a printed copy, you can at least have your waiver. You can have your auth right there. You know what I mean? And it's legit. So that's pretty clutch. Because you might be getting, if you're getting LAANC waiver, you might be doing a day of on site.
Yeah.
They don't even want you. What? Go ahead.
What I would say, the FPV moment asked if any of you guys used AirMap. I did when I was in Atlanta.
I use AirMap still.
If it's if I'm near anywhere near an airport, 5, 6 miles, 4 miles, whatever it is, I always make sure that I'm at least throwing that out there. And I usually get fast approval anytime I've used it. I don't do it every time, like all over at least the Memphis area, but when I was in Atlanta, I did it a lot more.
And I mean, I think again,
in Tampa.
Once you go through this process, once you spend like whatever, you spend the $60 on the test. Maybe you spend 20 on a book. Whatever. You're going to spend a couple days or weeks of your time, which is also valuable. You're putting a lot into this. So once you go through this process, you're going to have to kind of, like I said, you're going to have to grow up, so to speak. And like, yeah, if I'm out flying, I'm going to act like I'm flying as a general rule, like I'm flying no longer as a hobbyist. So if I'm in a spot that I should really have authorization and I can get it through with Lance, I'm going to do it. But that's part of the privilege, because now we get the option of going into spots where technically other people would get booted, and we can catch an auth and do our gig, and we're, or just go rip, whatever. Yeah. The big thing that, to be honest, the big question I actually have, and we're Game of Quads now, so we can maybe take this up after, during, but even with a VO, the pilot in command is still responsible to have visual line of sight. Right? So how the fuck does DJI even make an FPV drone? Because technically FPV is illegal. There's no way to do it legally. By that regulation.
Is a good question. Yeah.
I thought the pilot in command had to designate somebody that was able-bodied to have like an unobstructed, unaided view of the craft.
A VO.
If the pilot in command is under the goggles, yes, but he has to appoint him.
No, but what Chad's saying is both.
No, the question literally says is if you're using a visual operator, does the pilot command still have to maintain visual line of sight? And the answer they expect is yes.
Oh yeah.
So how do you fly FPV legally? Period. Yeah. Because technically what a VO is for, because even when you're using a VO for
here, spotter, the visual line of sight means you never lose, you're never blocked from your link between the UAV and yourself.
But visual,
I believe it's only one statute mile unaided too. It's they define how far.
You have to have visibility of 3 statute miles.
It's 3 stat. Okay, I didn't know if it was 1 or 3, but yeah.
So the idea of VO is to help assist. So you can fly behind a building and break visual line of sight, but you're supposed to reestablish visual line of sight as quickly and safely as possible. That's how they as quickly as appropriate. They give you a little leniency there to make that call, but they don't expect you to just flip your throttle and get up above the building, instantly. Oh my God, I'm out of line of sight. I'm gonna, you don't have to do all that shit. Just fly out of there safely and as quickly within reason. But you can use a VO to help in that situation. But either way, you're still not supposed to hang out back there, as the rules are stated. Dominic Clifton,
Dominic
my gosh! What's up, man? Holy cow! I'm gushing. I'm gonna turn red, dude. Holy cow! What's up, homie? That's amazing, ladies and gentlemen. One of the founding fathers of our entire bloody hobby. Holy shit. Mm-hmm. Welcome to the show. Thank you for joining us. I don't want to put him on the spot anymore, but that's amazing. If you ever flew clean flight, that's your guy. Mm-hmm. There would be no beta flight, no emu flights. There'd be no flights without people like Dominic Clifton. That's amazing. I'm just like, wow.
That's sick, dude. Thanks so much for coming out, dude. That's incredible.
Mm-hmm. Amazing. Yes. We're talking about boring United States regulations over here. I don't know. We're trying
to get the Game of Quads. Is what we were trying to do.
Yeah, we are doing that. We'll come back to regulation stuff because I want to talk about money because I have a pretty good handle on money. So we'll talk about that after we do Game of Quad. I mean, that doesn't mean I have any money at the moment, but when I go to earn some, I know how to do that.
Yeah. Well, I definitely need some insight into that.
And I think a lot of people find it useful. And we've actually had a conversation in the FPV Cinelifters group the last few days with Benoit. Benoit Finke, and
you, buddy.
and a bunch of guys, a bunch of us have been discussing.
Honestly, we were talking about this last night. We were debating whether we should have a segment
where I just read names. You give me like a list of like 20 names, and I'll just read them. We'll see what happens. It'll be amazing. Last week,
it could be the greatness, but he might be over the hump, fellas.
I might have broken the
first time. I mean,
he might have been fucking trolling us the whole time. I don't know.
There's that too.
He's waiting for that okie doke.
There's that too. You know, I am a pretty good troll when I want to be. You guys just don't know when to expect it. So there's that whole side of the story. But I'm not going to give it up yet. I'm not going to give it away yet. With some of my homies that know me.
Well, we appreciate
yeah. So Game of Quad, what up? Big Oily set the trick this week. That is the trippy spins. I heard there's some Duran on this. Oh, you're killing me. I'm not playing your music. Benoit's doing it.
Oh, shit. Benoit himself. This is just, I mean, we're getting.
Dom, I hope you feel better, brother. I really do, man.
For real.
We've been sending you love, dude.
I
big
feel
style.
Privileged to be a part of that sleep issue and falling into that lucky time, but hope you get that worked out, brother.
Fucking Duran, Oily, son of a bitch. I think, was this an old video or something?
Nice.
Oh yeah, this is the one that caught us the copyright strike in the first place, and he called the trippy spin in case he won. So this is Big Oily setting this week's trick, trying to get us another copyright strike. Son of a gun. And well done, brother. Well done.
Freaking trippy, dude. Yeah, I'll kill
so our first entry after this. Well done, Oily.
I've still not done a trippy spin IRL.
Same.
I have.
Dude, I'm terrified to do
All right,
it.
Swift Duck.
Me too, brother.
Greg no longer puts duck sound in his video because he knows I'm here to do it. Dude.
So this, I'll tell you what, I've flown this spot and it's deceivingly bigger in this video, or deceivingly smaller than the video. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks big here, but it's
so
really
close.
Tight.
Yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying. Look at this. That's incredible, dude. I don't know how y'all doing these like tight spots and like sketchy spots.
Oh, is FPV Mama out? Good night, FPV Mama.
She gone?
Yeah.
Thanks for coming through. Tell Bubby we said good luck on his 107.
Yeah, good luck, Bubby.
Whoa, heavy.
Yeah, Dominic.
Yeah, man.
All right, who's this? This is Waldo?
Yeah, this is Waldo.
Good shit, dude.
Murdering this. Like I said.
Not bad, dude. Is this your first one, Waldo? Was that your first one? You know, I had a video I should have put in. I had a video of me doing a trippy spin.
We need like...
I totally forgot about it. I've been too busy studying. What is real?
Yeah. The word himself. Love that logo. So,
watching these videos, I feel like all my shit's gonna get clapped up this week when I start flying again, and I'm just gonna go out and trippy spin everything.
I'm gonna try, man. I've got a tree in my yard. If I can trippy spin it, it's between like a set of trees, and then.
Oh, that was Sparks. Wait. That was Sparks, wasn't it? Or wait, I think that was Sparks, dude. I think we screwed up. This is what is real. Yeah.
I was gonna say, holy shit, who's gonna? I didn't see the overlay at first, and I thought this was in real life. I'm like, bro, I'm not gonna go out and trippy spin a windmill.
Yeah. You got balls of steel.
Yeah.
Love that logo. Oh shit! I'm sorry, Sparks. I do love that logo.
You son of a bitch. John Solo, you guys gotta quit killing me with that. That's a guaranteed copyright strike, that song. You're getting muted.
We're establishing new rules, apparently.
Yeah. You know we're getting a copyright strike. Don't even submit it, please. It's just too much time every week for us to deal with that. I don't mind getting them when they come, but
That's what
yeah, that's the way that sounds.
I want to try to find my trip. I gotta find my Trippy Spin video.
What?
I truly don't know where I have it.
Wait,
I know I posted it.
Did you Trippy Spin the nasty?
I Trippy Spin. No, I was going to that day actually though, but then
have you done the phallus yet? That's what I was gonna wait for.
It's the phallus out at Here, let me bring this back. Yeah, to answer your question, I did a Trippy Spin at Pilgrim. I'll see if I'm gonna rewind the.
I need you. It doesn't even like matter if it's not the 10-inch.
Let me see if we can find it.
If it's not the 10-inch, I don't want to see it.
Oh, well then.
I want to see you do the 10-inch. And,
okay. Yeah, that's the goal, actually.
He'll do it, and I'll film doing it. How about that?
I want you to chase him, dude. I want you to orbit him while he's trippity spinning. That's what I want.
You're asking for too much, bro.
Come on, man.
I can't catch that.
I thought you were a professional.
Dude, if I'm doing a trippy spin, I'm not going to be going that fast.
Bullshit.
Well, I mean, what's up, off axis? How you doing, brother? Yeah, man. Like, it's one of those things. You know what? Let me do a Windows search here, though, in the background. Maybe I can crash my whole.
Now he's got to go look through his hoarding of trash of videos to find it.
Yeah, I gotta look. I gotta search this computer for Trippy. Let's see if I can find it. I know it's in one of my edit folders.
Dominic is saying your audio is like way louder than everybody else's.
Yeah, I am always way louder.
Oh, okay. Apparently that's purposeful. There you go.
Purpose. I can't do this though because I'm like fucking Darth Vader, so it's gotta be back here somewhere.
Here, let's go.
I'm not trying to do the pull the mic close to my face thing anymore.
The ACMR sound.
Yeah, I'll back off mine a little bit, but yeah, mine's definitely, I
mean, let's give credit where credit's due, bro. Old Gravy's video looks choice.
It does look nice.
It does look nice
right now.
Thank you.
Gravy's doing the
big boy camera.
Big boy cam, yeah.
Not D80 camera.
What camera?
Yeah, no shit.
Check one thing here.
The D60.
Nikon.
The D60.
I thought it was an 80
down
for the last 2 years.
My mic will always have more presence because I'm running through a mixing desk with compression and EQ and the whole freaking 9, and I'm an audio guy, so yeah, I maximize my voice. It's a skill.
It's a skill.
It's a skill.
Shadow, he's tone deaf.
All right, so let's play these videos again. Let's get this on.
Get the voted in.
I can find. Wait a minute. Where the fuck is that?
Wait, I can do a split S.
I can do a fucking split S.
I was saying that in my head.
I don't buy all this bullshit you're saying.
I don't buy it. I'm not doing it.
Do it.
I'm not doing it.
Do it.
So what are you trying to find here? Are you trying to do this trippy spin? Play the. I
was trying. All right.
Do it for the after party.
I'll find it. Yeah, we'll watch it later. Okay, back to the game of quad. Starting with Swift Duck.
No, was it?
All right, starting the voting up, guys. If you would like to vote, it's !votes, and the number, the first choice is Swift Duck at 0. So, getting us started back into the game of quad here. Here we go. Yeah, we were a couple minutes behind.
Nasty.
Goodbye, Print Lab. Arigato.
Print Lab, thank you so much for hanging out, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Later,
Such a
friends.
sick spot.
Ah, matane.
Waldo, I'm really proud of you, bro. I don't think I've ever seen you do a trip, eh?
Gotta love that womp stomp.
Ooh, who's that?
Dubstep.
Oh,
Ooh, who's that?
Sparks.
Sparks? Yeah, that got my something.
that was so close pulling back through.
God damn. Yeah.
There's a windmill area in Puerto Rico I want to fly so bad.
Love that logo.
I do love that logo.
Was that your? Did he sample your audio?
did.
That's
He
amazing. That's great. Damn it!
Mute it.
Da-da-da-da-da.
Expectation. I'm
'Cause
fucking.
I'm hungry like the wolf.
I am Trippy Monster in Liftoff. It's tough to do it in real life. Now, the way I come at him, though, me and Swift Duck were talking about it. It's kind of, what was that maneuver? The pit maneuver. We were doing the pit maneuver. If you use part of the pit maneuver, the front half of the pit maneuver as your entry into a trippy spin, it's really helpful.
What is the pit maneuver for people can know?
Try to remember all the steps. Swift Duck will have to chime in. Can you tell us what the pit maneuver is, Greg? It's like you're flying by an object, you have to look back at it, and then there's another step, but I can't remember exactly what it is.
What,
It's
reverse
like-
orbit?
No, it's not an orbit. It's a. To be honest, I don't even remember what the heck it is. All right, there's your champions once again this week. Get your votes in, guys. We'll wrap that up in about 5 minutes. So,
We need a chart.
huh?
We need a chart on the chat.
Chart.
The voting chart.
Chart.
0 through X through whatever numbers.
Cut, copy, paste, homie. You can do it. You got a wrench.
You got a wrench?
Got a wrench.
Look, I'm gonna copy and paste it. Can you do that?
There
Can
it
you
is.
do that?
I posted it.
I'm gonna do it again.
Um, once again, while we have a tiebreaker right now, I'm just putting that out
I'm
there.
about to break it right now. Broke it.
I know I posted my Trippy Spin on Facebook at one point.
Boom.
Oh.
Wonder if I can actually find it. Quick. Going through all this crap. The bajillion videos I've posted over the years.
And there was one that was just it for me.
What, tonight's videos? Tonight's choices?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I found whoop props.
All right, so
Garbage.
was there any any big questions about the exam anybody has? Anybody out there looking to get that? Get your 107? Ooh, I think the tie just got broke.
Told you.
Oh snap!
It's about to get ugly.
Oh,
Alright.
some of
I
the
just
some of
sold
the
my
videos.
HDS.
Wow.
That's nice.
You just sold your HDOs?
Wow, why
man.
dare you? How dare you?
Is this video sideways? Oh my god! Oh, here
that
we
was
go.
loud as shit. Thanks for that.
loud.
All right, so I'm not in this week's competition, but this was a trippy spin I did a couple years ago.
He found it 2 hours later.
2 hours.
This is out at the. I was having a hard time.
Oh, you found it.
Yeah, I was having a hard time getting into that
the
one
phallus.
that night at the phallus.
That's what she
Yeah.
said.
This was my very first one I ever did, and it's a little off right now, but I got it.
A little?
There we go. I finally ended up getting it. Listen to the
there you go.
motors. No, this was several years
For dear
ago.
life.
So you
Yeah,
got
that was-
into it?
Well, what I was saying is that I now where's my quad? I have a quad around here somewhere. I have a tiny whoop. This will work. Yeah, I was gonna try to pull one around something in the house today with the. So I've been ham on the freaking 107. That's all I've been doing, except when we have other meetings. But you know, if here's your object, let me see if I can get a good. I like to fly back, look at. I'll fly by the object, and as I'm passing it, I set up my angle, and then I start my rotation. So part of the pit maneuver, which I don't know if Swift Duck posted in there, but part of the, I don't know if he posted the, yeah, I know he's in there. I just don't know if he posted it and I missed it. But the part of the pit maneuver is this step, is flying past an object and then basically tilting back to look at it. But basically what I try to do now, like if I'm trying to enter a trippy, I will tend to fly by, look back at it, and then go into my rotation. Either direction I want to go.
How do you keep the rotation going?
Throttle. Like you're gonna melt packs, especially with some quads. You're gonna melt fucking packs.
Wow.
Like and you'll definitely test your tune. Like if you have high throttle P term, you're gonna see it. Which I had a little bit on that quad actually when I look at it back in the day.
Derek Scritchfield just passed his 107 on 13th. Congratulations, bro. It takes about 4 weeks to get
your physical card
license. Yeah, that's what it took me at least. I just got mine 2 weeks ago.
Because technically, part of the red tape of getting your 107 is after you pass your written, the FBI does background check, which is actually the same with ham licensing.
Yeah, they do.
And you know, some people don't like that or don't, you know, for whatever reason, and I respect that, but that is something that is part of that process, and hence the reason it does take a little time to get your card.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, your information becomes public as well.
Yeah, your information does.
Because if you look up, because even for my ham license, if you look up my ham license numbers, you will see the address where I live.
Yeah.
At.
Yep. Same.
And that becomes public information.
Public record.
So if you look at stay on the radar, don't get your part 107. If you're Gucci and you're okay by it, by all means go for it.
Yeah, so be aware that if you do get your license, your info does go public. So that's, and you know, it's not a big deal, but
not a big deal if you have nothing to hide. Or are you?
Some people are just private people, and that's gotta respect that. So I mean,
I didn't know that when I signed up for it. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, me neither. To be honest with you.
But don't. I mean, isn't
surprise, bitch?
Aren't gun registrations public as well?
No.
If you get a concealed carry, that's not public.
Nope.
It's not public information, but it is information that they have.
Okay. I wasn't sure because you have to go through
anyway.
You have to go through a background check though when you get a firearm, regardless of getting a concealed carry.
Check, but that's on a federal level. Well, I mean, this is federal also, and so
you do. Yeah, it becomes public.
It's probably more expensive than a gun bag check.
That's so weird, right? That's so
Wouldn't
weird,
be
right?
surprised.
One can kill you, the other one.
So let's talk about one thing. All right. So one thing, so you got your 107. Now what? What are you gonna do? You know. Well, I mean, obviously, it opens up some avenues that you could have already been taking money under the table. You could have been getting money from people for shooting stuff and charging them for editing, technically speaking. And, that was the way a lot of people were getting around it for a while. I mean, but if you're trying to keep everything on the board, above board, what do you do next? You know, what are you guys gonna do with your 107s? Well, ideally, we all hope to get paid for flying, right?
Well, Marcel's got a gig.
Yeah. He's a pirate.
He's a pirate.
Yeah, I love being a pirate.
Arr.
That shit looks badass. Sounds badass.
Well, actually, this is going to like what Chad kind of wanted to talk about. Like one of the things that he wanted to touch on is, are you actually getting paid too much, Marcel? Or are you getting paid correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, for me as a freelancer of 20 plus years working for bands and production companies all around the world, you know, there are kind of not so much, I wouldn't really say public guidelines or anything like that, but one thing that I do recommend is like try to understand like how like how union labor is structured, right? Most times when you book a crew at a venue, there's a high chance you're hiring union guys, right? And so that's where a lot of this structure actually kind of comes from, you know. And when you're hiring, you know, union electrics to do a show or a shoot or something, you're hiring them for the day. So basically, if you book those people and they're coming up to hook up the power and take the power away when it's all done and all that shit, they're charging a whole day. And if you go, and now with that whole day though, what is a whole day? Well, a day rate is defined as 8 or 10 hours, and that is effectively your minimum. Okay, so when somebody calls you to book you for any job, you should be charging a day. Now, some people say, well, the shoot's only going to take 2 hours. It's a 20-second, it's a one shot. It's a 20-second shot. Blah, 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 blah. You're going to hear all this shit. Okay, well, number one, how long does it take you to charge your packs? How long does it take you to make sure your aircraft is fucking ready, the tune is good? How much time have you spent on it to even get it to the level where you're comfortable taking it in and charging money? Okay, there's a lot of time invested there, okay? And then just get ready for a fucking shoot. You gotta make sure your GoPro is charged. You gotta make sure your lenses are clean. You gotta make sure you got your ND filters. You gotta make sure those batteries are charged. You got SD cards. The SD cards are formatted. They actually work the way you expect them to. You gotta make sure that you've got packs, props, wrenches, tools, gaff tape to tape shit down. If insurance, we're gonna cover insurance. I'm just talking about prep, all right?
Yeah.
Because insurance can be handled a couple different ways, so we'll get to that. But you know, because as a freelancer, I'm not liable to hold my own. I am not liable to have insurance in most cases. Like I actually get umbrellaed under the primary production company. Whoever is producing the event has to have the insurance, and that is something that you can use to your advantage. And I'll touch on that. But anyways, bottom line is, charge a day rate, homie. If you're walking out the door, bill them for a day. Now, it's up to you. If you want to set your day rate as 8 hours, and that's a little more affordable for your market, you can make that decision. I charge a 10-hour day rate. If I leave my house, you're paying me for 10 hours at my rate per hour. Now, what is my rate per hour? Well, that's kind of determined by, you know, one way is like Canvas. Like you could literally cold call a production company to find out what they're charging, you know, for certain positions. Like, hey, I need to hire a video operator. You want to be a video operator? You want to compare your rate to a production company? Now, bear in mind, when you work for a production company, the basic deal is that you cut them a good enough rate that they can mark you up. So they make money off you, but you still get a fat pay rate, all right? There's some things you want to keep into consideration, but when you're going out and you're getting hired directly from a client, you know that you could be charging near what that production company is charging, and you're not undercutting anybody. Ideally, we don't want to be undercutting each other. We want everybody to be making fat money. So don't skip on your rates. People are like, well, dude, I could take a half day, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, well, you know what? If you're really good and you're actually in demand, 9 times out of 10, somebody's going to call you with a job that's going to pay your rate and for a full day on that day after you've taken that half rate or low rate job because you were like, oh, trying to fill the day. The other side of it is with travel, you're probably not going to fill in the rest of that day. So if you're taking me out of my house, and even if I'm only on site for 4 hours, I still got an hour of fucking travel on each end. Where am I going to fit that other 4 hours in for somebody else? It's probably not realistic.
Another thing too is like, how are you gonna? They're also paying you for the reset. Like that's another thing is going through all your gear at the end, charging all your packs for. You can't charge 20 packs and be ready to do the second half of your 8-hour day if they're only paying you for 4. Like you can't go home.
You can't reset to get ready for that next. Right.
No, you cannot
unless you're just
4
sitting
hours
on
is
piles
8
of gear in a van, but most of us are not. And
Right.
And in addition to that, it's like the maintenance time, the travel time, and then the reality of what shoots are actually like.
It's
Once you get
stressful.
there, okay. So number one, has the production manager done his diligence? Are all the logistics and things actually in place? Who's helping you unload your gear? How are you getting your gear there? Are you humping your gear? Is that going to take you an extra half hour just to hump your gear from spot A to point A to point B, and then you have to prep and get ready for the actual shoot, which is going to take an hour or two. You got to check your control link. You got to do all your safety, your diligence, risk management. All of that shit takes time. If nobody's done a site report or a site visit to kind of give you prep information to know all this shit, you're going to have to figure it out on site. That's going to take time. That 2-hour shoot is going to turn into a 4-hour shoot. And then once the director gets there, he's going to change fucking everything.
Yeah, exactly.
And then, if the production manager hasn't done diligence, you might get there and they might realize, oh shit, we didn't realize we need 300 feet of extension cord to get power to charge your shit. And now you got to wait 2 hours for somebody to go to some BFE fucking,
and that's why
Home
you just
Depot
don't need
or
to
something to get power or whatever the case is. There's always something that will make it, or you might show up and, hey, the forecast was cloudy and or clear and not windy, but you show up and for the next hour you got gusts. So now you're sitting around waiting for an hour for the winds to change. You know what I mean? There's so many variables that are always going to turn that 2 or 3 or 4 hour shoot into something longer. Plus, if there's more of a shoot going on, like don't assume that it's only going to be 2 hours. Well, that's for my segment. But there might be 4 hours of other shooting that needs to occur, but we're all showing up at 6 a.m. So I may have to wait till 10 a.m. before I can even start my 2-hour segment. So now you've already been there 6 hours. You are screwing yourself.
Yeah.
Charge a
You're
minimum
selling
of
yourself
8.
short. That's just period.
Charge them more.
And the worst thing you can do is start out charging less than you're worth because you're going to be chasing your worth the rest of the time you're in business. That's how I started my business with guitars. I spent 10 years building up my business, and I spent 5 of those just getting to a price that actually made a dime. So don't do that to yourself because you don't need to. We've all spent plenty of time training ourselves. Like the 2-3 years you've been flying, bro, that's training you've been doing for yourself.
Yep.
Absolutely. And understand that a producer's job is to nickel and dime everything to death because they're trying to make a budget. Because the better they come in or on budget, they usually get a bonus. And they're trying to make their money. And you got to respect that, but don't let them grind you down. If you know that the going rate in your area for a pilot is $75 an hour, whatever the case is, your day rate is 75 times 10, or if it's 100, like if you're an experienced guy who's been flying for money for 5 years, you should be charging $150 an hour. You should be charging for you to walk out the door to go do that shoot and be the pilot in command of a crew of other pilots. If you're that guy, you're really on the level. You should be charging fucking $150 an hour.
In other words, pay your worth.
At a 10 hour minimum rate. So your day rate is $1,500. Now, kit fee. Everything you take, every piece of gear you provide. Don't forget about expendables. Props, gaff tape, e-tape, things that you have to buy monthly. Every time you take a gig, you build them. I got to bring expendables. This is my expendable cost, and you put on $10 or $30 for tapes and props and shit, and that's just part of your kit fee. Your gear. So say you got a heavy lifter, you spent $3,000 to make, and then you're carrying a red camera, for example, that costs $6,000 for the body, and then you've got a plethora of lenses or whatever the case is. And you got your radio, and you got your goggles, and you got all your fucking packs, and all this shit, and all your spares. You gotta have a spare.
You better fucking
have a spare. But listen to me. Let me finish.
Absolutely.
So you gotta tally up what is the combined worth of your kit. Okay, if they're hiring you as a pilot, they're paying your day rate. They also have to pay for your gear. If they're not providing you the drone, they're paying somebody to provide a drone. And ideally, it should be you because you're going to already know the maintenance and the record of the aircraft. You're already going to have all that information. You're going to know your craft. And you should be taking the combined. If they're supplying the camera, cool. You don't have to worry about that. But if you're bringing a red or a black magic or whatever the case is, so say your kit is worth $10,000, your daily kit fee for that amount should be 20%. So you should be charging them 20% of that as your kit fee, plus your expendables and whatever else. And then if you're traveling outside of your city, you need to they need to be accounting for travel expense, gas, airfare, hotels if needed. If you're not in the state anymore, they need to pay you per diem. They gotta feed you. You need to cover all this, and this should be part of your agreement.
About all these costs. Otherwise, you go in blindly and undercut yourself hard.
What I'm telling you is the industry standard in the music and film and video production industries. When most of the film shoots are all union, they're used to paying these rates. Real producers, real fucking production companies, they're used to it.
So
you're not gonna offend anybody when you tell them your rate is. And again, let's be real with yourself though. If you're just getting started, you may not, I hate to say it, but you may not be worth $1,500 a day at that point. If you're not in a place where you have worked with crews and you used to have 5-6 pilots underneath you, you're not quite that PIC guy yet. You know, you're a pilot in command, but there's levels within that. It's just everybody cuts their teeth when they're starting. Your rate may not be that high. You got to build up to it. You got to develop your reel. The better reel you have, the better chance you're going to be able to sell yourself for those higher rates as well. That's something else you got to develop over time, right? As a producer, and just your reputation. You know, I solely work on basically reputation. People know me. They know if I need to produce a multi-million-dollar event in the middle of New York, I can call Chad and it'll get done right. He might be expensive by somebody's, initial whatever, but trust me, he's worth it, and so that's it. I built my reputation. So when somebody asks me to do a production of whatever magnitude or whatever it is, a drone shoot, video shoot, rock concert, whatever the case is, casting couch, when I get booked for that, they know that what my rate is, they know that the word's already on the street that I'm worth the money I'm asking. So, what do? You really need to be looking around at what local production companies are charging for certain roles. Worst case, if you don't have a clue, call. You talk to, almost do a canvas call. Call a union rep and be like, hey, if I needed 5 electrics to do this job, how much would that cost? And you can get an idea, right, of what the union's charging. You can call production companies and say, hey, if I need a video shooter with the camera, whatever, you can compare and see where other people are. Look at their production quality. Are you on par? Are you better? Are you just below? You're not quite there yet. But at least you have a gauge, because you need to know your worth, but you need to know your worth in the market you're actually in.
Yeah, because if you're selling yourself short, you're selling the entire everybody in your area.
The entire industry
trying to achieve like a agreed upon day rate. You're fucking
Brian
all
Kirby.
those people over also.
Exactly.
Yo, shut up, Brian. Hell yeah.
So, for me, it's think of your maintenance time, and then let's talk about insurance. All right. So, most cases you're going to want to have your own, drone insurance, but in some cases, if the scope of work gets to a certain magnitude where you're, they're asking you to carry a fucking Alexa on some crazy heavy lift with a, $120,000 lens that they're renting and all that shit, make them fucking pay for the insurance. They will. Most times, production companies will do it as they already have insurance, so they're just adding it in. Let them take the fucking liability. Don't put it on you. Only put it on when you absolutely have to. And one other little tip, never put anything on your personal card. Don't pay anything on your, don't pay for your hotel and get a reimbursement. Make them pay for your hotel. Make them give you per diem. Up front, right now with COVID, I'm telling you right now, with COVID, when somebody books me, it's like, you want to book me? You got to hand me a check right now for 50% of the described scope of work. So if you're telling me you want to book me for a weekend to produce this show, and I know it's going to take me X amount of time, this is the best idea I can give you at the moment, based on the scope that you're describing. So here's my estimate. It's subject to change, if this scope changes. And my estimate is X, so you got to give me 50% now, another 25% when I show up the morning of, and 25% on completion. Because you get booked, and especially with COVID, they're canceling shit for whatever. Oh man, the pop star got fucking COVID, he can't do the show. Now everybody's out of work. Well, if you're not rescheduling the show, I'm not going to lose a day. If I'm booked to you, I can't all of a sudden, oh my God, tomorrow the show's canceled. I can't rebook overnight, generally speaking. I'm going to lose a day's work. Fuck that. So if you're hiring me, I want a 50% deposit. If you cancel it, that's mine.
Mm-hmm.
I'm walking away with half the job, period.
Yeah, it's not.
If you
it's
reschedule,
not your fault if somebody else fucks it up and it gets canceled.
If you reschedule, as long as the terms remain the same, the scope of work remains consistent, I'll apply it. I'll apply your deposit. But if you come back a year later and be like, hey, remember that gig that got canceled? Well, we're going to do it, but now it's 5 times bigger. Well, my scope of work is going to change. I might still apply that part of that year-long thing, but I'm going to modify it at minimum. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And so just always cover your ass. Cover your bases. Know that your rate should be whatever. Your rate should be try to do some research in your area what people are charging per hour for the type of work that you are trying to do, and if it's $65 an hour to shoot, and then maybe it's 75 or 85 to edit, maybe it's 95 to edit and color, or maybe it's 150. Mm-hmm. You need to get a sense of your local market.
Don't be afraid to call and ask.
Yeah, call people and ask. Find out. Hey,
check out your forums.
Hey guys, if I wanted you to edit up and color a 3-minute spot, how much would that be? Can you give me a ballpark? Try to get some fucking info, or ask them. Ask friends.
Yeah, you got to be inquisitive. I mean, that's how when I started my business with
Kirby.
Things, I mean, it was just a matter of looking around, seeing what everybody else was charging, knowing your skill set, and not cutting yourself short.
I did the same thing in photography. These are my numbers. This is what it costs. How much it costs for travel expenses.
Yeah,
pay it. If you don't want to pay it, then I'll find another client.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
exactly. You say no, cool, bro.
And they're going to be pissed when pissed when they hire the person that's not like in the know and has skill. I mean,
well, it happens all the time. Where somebody calls me, I give them my rate. This is how much my rate and gear is going to cost. They're like, all right, we're going to get back to you. And then, day goes by maybe, and then it's like, and usually we'll be like, well, we're not sure if we can fit that in the budget. Well, I'm sorry, I can't do it for less. Mm-hmm. Okay, we'll get back to you. Okay, cool. And you also heard the term "fake it till you make it," of course, but I'll come back to that thought. Stand your ground. Let them hang up. Yeah, because you also have to realize is that, especially in the production world, it's hard to fill these positions. It's hard to get somebody that has your skill set, that has your experience, that has your knowledge, coloring, editing, shooting, flying, whatever the case is. You need to know that, and you need to realize that they need you.
More than you need them.
Right? They need you. They need this position filled to get that job done, and they got X budget. They'll find the fucking money.
Well, not even X budget, but even X time. Let's say they're on a 1-day shoot, and they're like, well, shit, I have no other choice but to, take XYZ person. Because...
Well, sometimes they're up against the gun to get the positions filled because they got a job to get done themselves. And if they don't get the job done, they're fucked too. So you got to remember that. But I'll also give you one other pro tip. Never take a job that's tomorrow. Mm-hmm. If you are absolutely going to do it, double your rate.
Yep. Or last minutes.
Because the last minute job, one of two things has happened. Somebody fucked up, didn't do their diligence. These shoots are typically in planning for months or years in many cases. If they're calling you tomorrow, somebody fucked up, got mad, quit, whatever the case is, but I'm not saying you're trying to screw them over, but also cover your ass because what you're walking into 95% of the time is a shit show of some magnitude. And I forgot to stop Game of Quad, so I'm going to do that now. Last call for Game of Quad.
I totally forgot about it.
I had 3 months lead time on an aerial. I didn't even shoot video for this. I shot aerial lighting, and it was for this movie called. Well, I mean, should I say the movie? No,
I don't know. Were you an NDA? Is it released or were you under NDA?
Oh, it premiered, NDA? No. There's no NDA. It premiered at Sundance earlier this year.
Go for it.
It was the Michael C. Hall. Yeah, it was the Michael C. Hall movie, John in the Hole, and it was like, okay, show up at 4 PM, and we start flying at like maybe 10 o'clock, and it's like, okay, it ain't gonna be 10 o'clock, and I'm flying a fucking Alta 6. With 4 like huge fucking LEDs coming down. I had to build the things. I had to learn them. I had to learn how it was going to work. And and then you get on site and it's like everybody's running around. There's hella shit going on, and then it's your like 3 shots. You know what I mean? Like they're telling you what to do. Your 3 shots are going to be like 30 shots because they're going to take the best of however many. And it was an indie film, but still, like just that little bit of time. That's still a 10-hour day at $150 an hour from me. And so it's like, yes, we adapted. We did what you wanted to do, but that's how it is. That's what you're getting paid.
One other thing that I didn't touch on about your money, all right, your rate. So I said your minimum rate is 8 or 10 hours, whatever you decide is fair. Like sometimes people, some people are comfortable as a 10-hour day rate. Like I said, I charge a minimum of 10 hours. Once you cross that, you need to be charging 1.5 times your rate per hour past that. So if you're there 20 hours, your first day rate might have been $1,500, but now you're charging
an extra
$22.50 an hour for the next 10 hours. You need to, and so when somebody asks you what your rate is, you say, hey, my rate is, I don't know, for example, my rate is $1,000 for a 10-hour day. Because I've been piloting and doing cinematography with drones for 5 years. I got here's my reel, blah, blah, blah. So my 10-hour rate is $1,000, but overtime is 1.5. So once I hit 11 hours, I'm charging you $1,500 an hour. Or if you're, like I said, whatever the case is, or whatever the case is.
Whatever that cost is.
In some Midwest towns.
I do a half day over my rate. If it's 1 minute past 10 hours, it's a half day on the spot. The end.
Most places, industry standard is not that. Most places, it's you just go into overtime. Most production crews will only, but let me also stress though, your deal is your deal. If you want it to be that way and you can negotiate it to be so, fucking do whatever the hell you want.
Yeah, whatever
you can
makes
say,
you happy. And
you could say, hey,
like
if you got 10 hours and if you go over 10 hours, I'm charging you for another 10 hours. If they agree to it, fucking take it. And if they go over, bill them. But do try to know and understand what everyone else is pretty much doing. And what everyone else traditionally does is, now some people will go to double time at 16 hours. So like, but generally speaking, when you're working with the union, it's a 10-hour, whatever, 8 or 10-hour call, OT passed up to a certain amount. You also have to
double time. Yeah,
they have to give you an hour as part of that 10 hours too, an hour lunch. Don't forget that. They got to give you breaks.
It's mandatory. Yeah.
Every 2 hours.
15
for
minutes every.
15 minutes and
15
every
minutes
2.
every 4
It's every
8
two.
hours. I don't
No,
know.
it's 2, and then
2
every
hours?
4 should be an hour, and then every 2, So like 4 to 5, like 5 maximum, generally speaking. Like you shouldn't go more than 5 hours without a lunch break, and that lunch break should be a minimum of 30. If they're providing food, if you got to walk away and get your own food, it should be an hour.
Yep.
And if they're taking, and if yes, and that's part of your 10-hour day. And if you're, and they should also provide you dinner. And if they don't, they should give you a buyout. They should give you $20 or something to go get food. And again, you get another hour. So if you're, because a lot of places will do 2 hours, 15-minute break, 2 hours, half-hour lunch, 2 hours, 15-minute break, 2 hours, 1 hour dinner time, or whatever the case is.
Yeah, let's take a second to congratulate our winner for a game of quads, Swift Duck.
Congrats to Swift Duck.
Yeah,
Oh, damn.
Sorry about that. We were going hard on that.
Quack, quack. There we go. Wait, there we go.
Our boys, on that bombshell, I'm ducking out.
Yeah, we're about to roll into videos here in a minute, but
Come
all
on,
right,
you
Gravy.
were looking so sexy on that video feed.
I'll be here next week. Everybody should come and hang out.
Gravy.
Watch B2P. All right, night boys. Congrats, Swift Duck.
All right, good night.
I'll talk to you tomorrow, Gravy.
Bye.
I'll talk to you guys soon.
Peace, brother.
And I want to continue and do some more 107 stuff just to help people out in the future too. But that's really, I think the key areas that I personally wanted to touch on as far as money.
Good information, man. I needed a lot of that information. I just think that's something that not enough people talk about openly.
People don't even know about it for that matter.
Well, and they don't know who to ask. They don't
The reality
really talk
is-
to her how to find it, and that can be a complicated thing. So
Nobody wants to run around telling everybody how much money they make, but you can tell people how to make their own formulas. You know, like, because the reality is, like, in New York City, dude, I mean, you know, New York City, like, rates of 100, 150 per hour for certain roles is not unheard of. It's not uncommon, especially for, like I said, an experienced pilot in command who's been doing it.
Industry.
You know,
If
whatever
you're doing good work, if you got good experience, you charge $100 an hour. If you're new at the job, you start at $45, $50 an hour. But
right.
the key is know your worth and don't start lower than you need to. Because
Don't
believe
lowball.
me, ask me how I know takes a long time to build back up.
I mean, in my experience, I tried when I was first starting to do photography. I used to kind of lowball because I didn't know the number games.
Exactly.
And then when I started learning more about the numbers, I started charging what I felt to be adequate. I felt to be adequate, which still, in my eyes, opinion to this day, I think it was still crackhead prices. And I'll keep it like that. And and people were complaining about that, and I'm like, well, this is XYZ time, because you guys also take consideration that your day does not end after your shift at the production company. It could actually end.
That's what I said. Travel home and
home.
And then you got to consider: are you doing the editing? What are your deliverables? What are your deliverables? Yeah. And you need to accommodate your for that. Now, your 2-hour shoot might be 2 hours, but you may have to go home and then spend an hour uploading media for your deliveries.
What if
or do you have to?
Or you want?
Or do you have to put it on a drive? You know, whatever the case, whatever the deliverable scenario is, you've got to fulfill that in some way. Sometimes you're gonna have to hand the file, sit there. You might do a 2-hour shoot and then stand there for a half hour waiting for the DIT to pull your footage and fucking make sure that they've got a copy on site. Then and then if you negotiated editing or color or titling or any of that stuff, then that's a whole nother part. It's a whole nother thing that shouldn't even be part of that initial capture.
It's not part of piloting.
It's not even part of the capture day.
Yeah,
it's not part of your kit fee. It's not part of your initial capture day.
It's service altogether.
Exactly, and so know the scope of the service that they're asking for, and know the scopes of the services that you can provide comfortably within the time frames that are required. And then, always, if they need the footage tomorrow with color and rough edits, charge a rush fee, up your rate. That's not,
Believe me,
you have to kind of set
that's not unreasonable.
You got to set your sense of time frame and turnaround that's comfortable for the amount, again, the scope that's being asked, and and some of that's going to come with experience.
Exactly. And it's also something that, like, for me, like, we were lucky enough when I was at school is we did a lot of time studies, but it's a matter of being honest with your time. Are you actually working that time? Or are you just charging out the ass just to do it? If you're not spending the time to do it, don't charge them for the time.
It's going to show, though. I mean, I think, especially with this stuff, it's going to show. Like, if you slap a LUT on it, call it good. It's compared to a real colorist. It's going to show. I mean, a real colorist that sits down and
you mean put a slut on.
And so, like, reading Risco saying, but know your worth, know your market value. Like, I just want to stress again, New York City rates, can get crazy. In the Midwest, like if I move to the Midwest right now, I might not be able to charge quite the same rate I do here in New York City. I'm not paying $2,000, $3,000 a month for rent, so I don't have to. And you kind of have to be, even though you might be a hot, badass New York pilot making top rate here, you have to kind of realize that in some places, know your market. Yeah, if you move, know your market. But
just for example, in Atlanta versus Memphis, Tennessee, it's 20% difference in cost for my same services here in Memphis is 20% less than it is in Atlanta.
And you're right next to each other.
Yep, right next to each other, but that's just the difference in those two metropolitan areas.
Oh, dude, New York, NYC, and Jersey. Like, if you rehearse in NYC, you're gonna bleed through the nose. That's why a lot of shoots and productions will skip over to Hoboken or someplace and rent a rehearsal spot over there because it's fucking way cheaper. And you're literally right there. You're just right there.
Yeah.
You're across the river, but that makes all the difference. Yeah. And it is a thing, man. And I mean, like, even when I started out, like, I knew, like, dude, my first tour paid $1,300 a week cash. You know what I mean? And then And then years down the road, I'm making 5,000 plus a week, fucking working for
like my
huge
first-
stars. It didn't happen overnight, but but it didn't necessarily take long either. After 3-4 jobs, like it's just like the first job was $1,300, second job was $1,900, third job was $2,500, and so on and so forth. And you work your way up. But at that point, I was getting years of experience. From job 1 to job 4, I had 3 years of experience under my belt as a touring tech. That's a lot of time, and hence your value goes up. So again, if you're just getting your pilot license and you live in fucking Podunk, you may not be able to go out and charge that much right away. But there's going to have to be a certain commitment of working on your own reel, too, as you're doing productions.
If you're not acting like a professional, don't charge like a professional. If you're not trying to be a professional, don't charge like a professional. If you can't give them professional quality service, don't charge them professional quality service.
I mean, don't think you're going to get your license as just like instant license to fucking gouge people.
Now you're a filmer. Now you're an aerial film guy. Yeah, no, I mean,
doesn't work that way.
Have spares. That's one of the things, man.
And you feel and look like an idiot. You're going to be like, God, I wish I would have spent more time trying to figure out what.
Well, the reality is if you go out and try to charge big boy prices and you don't come in with the big boy quality, it's your reputation goes both ways.
Yep.
And if they're like, this guy's trying to charge fucking $150 an hour, and he crashed his quad and he didn't bring a backup, and our shoot got ruined, and he's lucky he didn't get sued. He's a hack. Don't pay him that rate. You're gonna get screwed quickly, and it's gonna get around because it is a small industry.
Small community of people.
It's a small industry. But if you go and know your shit, get along with everybody, and come with it. That next job
can be wildfire, brother.
That next job you have, like, did you see the reel that came off this last job I just did? That's what this is what you're paying for. Is this what you need? Okay, well it costs this.
Yeah. Or for that matter, they love your footage so much that without you, there is no production.
A dude on the Cine Lifters forum today was saying like they got hired on a shoot for a 10-hour day because the company had a camera crane coming in. But they weren't sure that the camera crane they did their diligence, and they realized that this crane might not fit safely into this spot. So what's our plan B? Well, ideally, they wanted to do the crane shot because, it was going to give them certain controllability and stuff. They hired a drone crew with a heavy lift crew to come in, and those dudes sat around for 10 fucking hours watching it happen. And at the end of the day, they took their shit and left, and they got paid. They never took their quads. They never flew. They got all ready. They came. They took the shit out, prepped, made sure they were good to go if needed, and they sat there and watched the crane do the job. And then they sent home, and they got paid every fucking dollar they asked for. They never launched a quad. And that's some days that's what it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
A lot of this industry is hurry up and wait.
Yep. That's exactly. I mean, everything that I've done in with that is
show up on time. Show up early. Show up 15 minutes early to every job.
I mean,
Don't be late.
I've been on extras on videos, on music videos, and I spend most of the time waiting. That's all you did, waiting. And then the final production is like probably like 5 seconds of me on video, and the rest of it is just. But it took like fucking 8 hours to film.
Yeah. So again, never listen to the producer trying to tell you, "Oh, your part's only 2 hours long." It doesn't mean shit. And the fact of the matter is, they're paying all the other union people the fucking day rate. They're just trying to get over on you.
Once ran sound for $40 worth of swag.
I've ran
years.
sound. Jesus, I ran sound for beer.
Yeah, exactly.
But sometimes that's fun. Sometimes I like to just my homies are doing a gig, and I just show up and kick it, run sound. Sometimes it's low stress, it's fun, it's good times.
Well, also too,
Whatever.
Granted, if you know your shit very, very well, and you know what you're doing, the example of Chad knowing what he does, your time frame there goes by a lot quicker because you already know the ABC of how to set up and ABC how to tear it down. So your day goes by a lot quicker too.
We just give an example. We could get a band on deck, all set up and ready for a line check in fucking 30, 40 minutes. We could have an entire concert, like the whole deck's stripped and in the cases and roll into the truck in some cases on the truck in 20 minutes after the last song.
Damn.
That's, you know, when you're doing, and I'm talking like, dude, like my Beyonce keyboard rig was 16 full-size keyboards plus a 4-foot by 3-foot by 5-foot tall double wide playback rack plus another keyboard rack and and some other shit. Then we had a full drum kit, bass rig, guitars, all that shit, all the stage carts. We could have that whole deck cleared in 20 minutes and I'd be putting the shit on the truck. And it was, and I mean, day one, it took an hour, but, you know, every day we got faster. Lenny Kravitz, dude, I had 2 B3s, 3 clavs, 4 Whirlies, 4 Leslie cabinets, a grand piano out of the case, in the backup in a case usually, and all of that shit. And then we had Lenny and Craig's guitar rigs were just ginormous, like, you know, marked cabinets for days and huge drum kits and percussion rigs, blah, blah, blah. We'd have that whole shit on the truck in about 20, 30 minutes every single night. Just, you get it down. So yeah, the other thing is you're gonna find ways to effectively
streamline everything, yeah.
To streamline your operation.
We'll come to a system.
And you're going to find your own system. And they recommend that when you're studying for the 107, develop your procedures. Work with your crew and explain your procedures so you all can learn them over time. And as your company grows, you know, you're just almost like an autonomous unit. If you're using the same VOs and the same pilots and the same guys, everybody's going to know their gig. It's going to become way easier. You're going to show up. You're going to get it done. And then the reality is all that hurry up and wait time, you're going to learn how to pass that time. Some guys are watching cat videos, and then just pay attention. But you don't have to, you know what I mean? But, like, we're going to find ways to pass time. You know, and good night, Dominic, brother. Much love, man. Feel well.
Absolutely. Get better, man. Thanks so much for stopping by.
Thanks for joining us, dude. Yeah,
more
man.
than you could possibly imagine.
Yeah, dude. I was like, oh, fucking gushing. I love it. It's fucking the smartest dude I know. But anyways, fucking.
I'm smart. I know what 2 + 2 means is C. Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's the big hits, guys. I mean, I think that we're all in a position where we can make a good living doing something we love. Got to be willing to put that work in it, and then getting clearance, especially, like, try to get clearance to use a couple of shots for your reel. As you know, and as you do a couple, 2, 3, 4, 5 jobs, you can put together a pretty cool reel of shit. You know what I mean? And your reel should demonstrate diversity in your shooting, and maybe you do some terrestrial shit, maybe it's some drone shit, maybe it's some cars, maybe it's some women, maybe it's some babies, I don't know, but show some diversity.
A dynamic amount of what you can do with your equipment.
And when somebody's calling you up, yeah, man, somebody's calling you up, and, like, you drop
use
a
all
reel.
Your tools to do that also.
You drop a reel and it's got that Mercedes on there because you were chasing these Ferraris or whatever the case is, like, and it's, and your reel's hot. You're gonna sell yourself. It's gonna be easier to get those higher rates, and keep pushing. For me as a producer, if nothing else, I just tack $50 and not like I tack $50 a day on every year basically. So my overall day rate goes up by $50 every year. And I've been doing it so long that my rate's gotten to a comfortable place, and that's how But I worked it. I didn't sound like it happened overnight. It took fucking years, but I would say comfortable. If you hit it hard, put together a lot of cool reels and material to help sell yourself, within a couple of years, you can be making top dollar if you're serious about it. And it's gonna take some work, but it's gonna get easier and more streamlined as you go. And so that's going to become less work and just like, dude, I got dope footy and I already know how to make it look even doper because I know how to color and I'm going to edit this up and we got the transitions on lock and, fucking.
Screw that, man. Just put a slut and call it a day.
Exactly.
All right.
100%.
We're running a little later than we expected.
Just Just saying.
So,
Well, and what I was gonna say is don't be afraid to go out and ask some people to film. Like, I don't know if you guys seen Bot on there always asking for skaters or guys who want to film a music video. Hey, let me get
not for
let me
nothing.
get some time. I mean, to get a reel, do what you need to, man. Like
Sometimes, bro, I'm not bullshitting. Like, take a couple 10s or 20s. Sometimes you go to the skate park, just throw the kid a $20 bill. You're buying some. Hey, man, can I buy an hour of your time? Give him $20. Do what you do. I just want to film it. And then you're not going up like, hey, dude, can I film you? Like creepy old man. Like, hey, can I buy a little bit of your time? I got my camera. I want to get some footage. Is that cool? I'll give you $20. And dude, not every time they're gonna probably take it. And honestly, you're buying something.
They love that exposure.
Yeah, you're giving them exposure. But you also at the same time you're not asking them for something for free.
And actually, you brought up something of good attention. Here's a skate park by me. I gotta check out.
Well, what I would suggest before you start offering people money is offer them footage.
Well, yeah, of course.
Like with drift guys, like when I went out to drift, a lot of them were asking me for footage and they wanted to pay me for the footage. And you know, there's some guys like they were talking about in St. Louis that charge, you know, $100, $200 for, you know, whatever an hour, you know,
I'm just saying like
they get. But what I'm saying is that there's ways that you can get that kind of, you know, exposure to do or opportunity to do things.
Absolutely.
And trade footage for that instead of, maybe it's not, you have to say, hey, let me give you $20. Can I buy some of your time? Maybe it's just, hey, can I share this thing that I do with you so that you can put it on your Instagram? Since
I think that when you're trying to develop a reel, though, my point was though more that when you're trying to develop a reel initially and you don't have clients yet really, and you don't really like, don't be afraid to invest in yourself. Don't be afraid to pay somebody. Like I may never put this on YouTube for that kid to see or give him that footage. I may want the footage for my own sole use. So in that case, I'm not going to ask him for that for free. You know, I'm going to, if I'm building a reel, I may or may not want anyone else to actually have this material. There are some situations where that might be the case.
Man, I don't think when you're starting out and doing anything that's going to be the case, but fair enough. I'll play that scenario.
I mean, but I was telling somebody else today though, never also be afraid of cooperative like cross promotion though. Like what Artie's saying, like cross promotional use is a whole nother thing, you know, and that's definitely valuable. Absolutely. And it's definitely not something you should ever discontinue. I mean, of course you can do it for free. Great. But my point was don't be afraid to, you know, sometimes
if you need something and you're not able to.
Yeah. I also got to remember
know somebody that does it.
In New York, Artie, everybody here is a hustler kid. Every fucking 10-year-old out there is trying to be a hustler. You go up and try to film those kids, they know you're getting something. They're like, well, you know what I mean? And like, sometimes that 20 can break the ice. Just saying. But yeah, I mean, this is New York, baby. That's where I'm coming from. And Memphis might not be quite the same, of course. But I agree.
I'm just saying I don't start off with a 20 in my pocket that I can give.
Come to New York. That 20 goes far and quick. But you can literally start the conversation. Yo, can I film you? Look at the faces. I got a 20. Done deal. So
sometimes, yeah. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't jump to pay people. That's not your first step. I'm just saying that kind of sometimes though that can be like some of these fucking little hustler kids, man. They're like, well, what you got? What are you gonna give me? And I'm like, I'll give you some footage. They're like, I don't want your fucking footage. Like, some of those kids don't give a fuck. What are you gonna give them? Give them fucking 20. You get your shit and you take off. You know, like that's it. Like, yeah, drift guys. Yeah, drift guys don't really seem like a bunch of little hustlers per se. You know, like.
Well, a lot of times with guys like that is that they want to see that perspective that they don't get to see of themselves. Like
absolutely,
especially with drift, it's all about style, man. It's all about.
And I mean. And to your point right there, you have an opportunity to build a business with a crew like that. And that's something that like, and sometimes, you know, you have to be, I wouldn't say work for free, but like I said, you need to establish, you need to establish your you got to
get experience somehow. You can't charge.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like when I was learning how to work on guitars, like you don't learn to do a fret job by working on a fucking $5,000 guitar or $2,000 guitar. You, go find a piece of shit, buy it for $25 and try to fix it. Same thing with drone shots. Get drone shots first. Don't charge people to take shitty drone shots until you can take a nice shot. Anyway.
All right. Anyway, well,
get
I
some
think
videos.
that's some of the best advice we can give you guys, and I think there's definitely more we can expound upon later, but we'll save it for another day. And hopefully you guys found
like to hear about. Let us know, man.
Yeah, let us know.
If y'all enjoyed this conversation, give us feedback because we need feedback to know what to give you.
And I'll let you know how my test goes.
Yeah, boy. When is it? Did you schedule it for Friday?
No, I haven't. I was on the phone. I was with you. I told you about this.
Yo, Chad, send me some of that information for me to study. I'll start studying tomorrow morning or something.
All right. So I guess we're gonna start with this. Let me just look at one thing here.
Yeah.
Here.
What are you looking at, man?
Comparing. There's one less video on one of the playlists.
Oh.
Not sure why.
Let's get down on it.
Oh, whatever.
Send it, brother.
So before I do that, I just want to. I'm putting out there for the for you guys that are left or still with us. Like so, and I don't know if we're gonna do it tonight, but the idea is that
I got a question.
Different rates for your kids.
Kits.
Or kits. Sorry, blinds.
All my kids cost.
All my kids are expensive as fuck. Well, again, yeah, I mean, to answer your question, Bannister, like what I stated earlier is traditionally what you do is like, you know, you take the combined total worth or value of your equipment and you charge 20% of that a day. So if your equipment is worth $10,000, you're going to be charging whatever 20%. That is, 20%, right? A day. Geez, yeah. Now, one other thing I put out there is that what's kind of an industry, so if say you get booked for a week,
wow,
this goes couple different ways, but it happens. What I would normally do if I get booked for a week, I bill for 4 days, and that is my week rate for my gear. So if my gear is, you know, again, it's $10,000, you know, times oh shit,
40,000.
40,000.
You said 10 plus 4, right?
It's $2,000 a day is the rate for my gear. So yeah, so if my heavy lifter rig is $10,000, it's $2,000 a day for my rental charge on average.
Recharge, it's 4 days worth.
And for 4 days, and then for 4 days, it's an $8,000 rental for the week. So that's basically, so if I get booked for a week, I charge $8,000. I don't charge 14. I cut it off because it's just like, because now well, you know, it's an industry.
Off a certain amount of time.
Yeah. But I'm still charging for me. I'm still charging $1,500 a day or whatever the case is. I you know, so if they book me for a week, they're paying 7 days at that rate, minimum 10 hours per day, plus overtime, plus travel, plus expenses, plus hotel, plus per diem or whatever the case is. So that's the deal. And then gear, my kit fee usually stops after 4 days, and that's if I'm getting $8,000 out of on a $10 rig or $10,000 rig in 1 week, I've almost paid for it. I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm okay.
Exactly.
I'm doing fine. I'm not trying to gouge anybody.
Don't be greedy.
You know, so if you got a $500 quad with a $300 GoPro, say you got a $1,000 rig, charge them $200. That's what it should cost. That's for a day. And then whatever your rate is, if you charge $50 an hour, then that's $500 for you. $200, that's $700 per day for you and your quad and your GoPro. And then whatever else, you know. And it's not unreasonable, dudes. Seriously, like,
no,
go look at what it costs to get. How much are the kids' high school pictures, or how much the kids fucking, you know, send your kids to a photography studio for a shoot for it's an hour or so. It's never cheap.
Like $275, $300 to go to fucking
Sears for an hour, dude. Yeah, I mean, think about it, guys.
You're spending an hour with a photographer. I mean, $500 is not.
That's uncommon.
Yeah, You
know,
it could be
and
a
so
half
like
hour to an hour session. I mean,
I think all day, like in most situations, a good videographer should be making a minimum of 45 or 50 an hour, ideally closer to 75 to 100. A really good PIC's got tons of experience under his belt, you know, as part of a crew. Yeah, those are the $150 an hour guys, you know, and so, you know, you want to get in and try to work with other guys if you can too. Learn from your homies. Yeah. Learn from the jobs. You're gonna get out there and work with people, and you're gonna learn while you're there. And like, I did a drone show last summer. I was the technical director. I didn't fly a drone during the show, but I wasn't the PIC. We hired a PIC. We actually had a main and a backup PIC, and then we had 4 pilots. But I was in charge of everything in terms of the production and how that had to happen and when they needed to be where and all that shit. But then there was a pilot of command over the pilots during the actual performance. But then on the other hand, I brought my backpack and had my 10-inch on the back of it. So while we were fucking around and waiting, hurry up and wait, I'm out on an island and I was out in fucking Governor's Island, dude, and fucking just rip the fucking 10-inch across the field because we had the whole park blocked off for our use, you know, and it's like, it was no big deal. So anyways, in the future, we're going to start cutting the show early, like I said, 12:30. Tonight it's already 12:30. And then we're going to do an after party. Tonight, I think we're just going to play the playlist and we're out
next week.
But just that so you guys know what to expect is start seeing our smiling faces earlier at closer to 10 p.m. Expect that elevator music at 10:10. Hopefully Artie or I will be able to put some cool eye candy in there while you're in the elevator so you can watch that because that was pretty cool tonight if you caught that.
Like that.
You guys like that? Yeah.
Did y'all like the video with the in the elevator?
What about me in a Speedo?
We can make that happen. He can do it
All
himself.
right.
He can do it himself in the goggles, orbiting himself.
Oh my God. No. I'll fly. I'll orbit myself in a pair of Speedos.
Oh, do it. I bet you won't. I bet you
I'm
won't.
Wrong shit. Okay, first,
no
I think this first video is tech, isn't it?
I don't know. Yeah, most likely.
He stole the animation. I think you're the only person rocking this right now.
You are.
Yeah, Skippy, I rap, yo. Good job on that.
I love seeing it. A million fucking particles. It was
12
like
hours of fucking particles. That's
12 hours of particles. That's what that was.
Same here, Dr. Still. You pay me right, I'll wear a thong for you and fly.
Oh, fuck that. You're paying us.
By the way, I forgot to take up
Dab time, by the way, if y'all don't know this, dab now.
If you want to support the stream, buy me a coffee.
Yeah,
I don't know if that worked.
I
don't think it worked.
It didn't at all.
I'll buy a Red Bull.
I could use a Red Bull.
Doesn't it work? Oh, there it is. It worked. It worked.
It did.
Oh, shit.
It was delayed or something.
If you want to support the stream, buy me a coffee. Every little bit helps. If you haven't already given all your money to Bot Grinder, that is.
Yeah, exactly. You got any pennies left, we'll take them.
Look at the bottom of the boat.
So what we'll be doing is we'll be watching the first.
Oh, sorry.
Davitt, I was just gonna say we were gonna be watching the first half, first part of the playlist each week, and then we'll cut it and move into the after party and watch the rest. That would be kind of the plan, I think. Just so y'all know what to expect. So there'll be a new stream. New streams. New streams. Dabathon.
Is that like I don't know. I wanted it to be trombone, but I just can't make it work.
What's the trombone?
A dabathone made me think of trombone. And I was trying to make something out of it, and it just didn't happen. Because I'm lame. Actually, no. This is... makes me feel very calm. Straight zen. You take me there, Tech.
Don't.
Oh, don't let me forget. I always forget. Swift Duck posted next week's challenge.
That sound in there.
Yeah, I posted it. Gotta put the whack. Baby metal, really? I know baby metal. I love baby metal.
Is that what this is?
Yeah. That's I think that's Karate. Is the name of the track. It's all Japanese. Well,
all right,
next English.
Next week's trick.
It's Japanese.
I'm enjoying y'all.
I love that group. They're they're adults now, but when they started off, they were like little girls. They dress like Lolita costumes, and they sing like that, but their band is like real hard metal.
Hell yeah.
This is the riffs. It's sick. No, it's not Karate. That's the fucking name of that track. I listen to a lot of Japanese metal. Some bands out there are fucking gnarly.
Guitar Wolf?
No.
You don't know Guitar Wolf?
Yeah.
Do you ever see Wild Zero?
Probably I did remember off the back of my head. I gotta see this. I gotta see the song. I don't remember. I'm not gonna memorize it.
Yo, you gotta come over one day. We're gonna watch Wild Zero. We'll watch Wild Zero together.
I bet.
To come over. I got it on DVD. It's awesome. The Japanese zombie rock and roll movie. It's fucking hysterical.
Okay, then I haven't seen it. No, then I haven't seen it.
It's literally a Japanese zombie movie, but it's like super rock and roll punk rock, and there's aliens and all sorts of shit. Dude, it's crazy. It's so good. Yeah, it's amazing. It's fucking hilarious, and it stars Guitar Wolf, who is actually a band, rock punk rock guy in Gojira.
Definitely,
It's fucking.
Check it out.
All right, I usually forget this. So I don't want to forget this week.
Oh.
Hit the deck. So before I'm just gonna interject with. This is next week's trick by Swift Duck.
Half flip, half roll, half flip, half roll. We're trying to move them. What the fuck?
Blink and you'll miss it.
Huh?
Watch it one more time.
Yeah. Oh. Juicy flick, reverse roll. Got
Half flip, half roll, half flip, half roll.
it. Juicy flick, half roll back. That's all it is.
That's next week's trip for the game of quad. You've seen it here first.
Okay. Flick, reverse, roll out. Okay, I got it. I got the trick. A RISKO?
Oh shit. Sorry. Trying to find the right one. I'm flying Excel Excel spreadsheet. Yeah, that was my production sheet. We want to do a BTS show soon, kind of talk about what goes into making a stream. We got actually an interesting conversation going right now. But that's what that spreadsheet was actually for.
I didn't see anything. Great, playing Biggie. Only Big Oily could play Biggie, unless that is Big Oily.
This is Lanuzo, isn't it? Yeah.
Lanuzo playing Biggie. Oh, I thought that was only Big Oily exclusive.
Stupid Windows is on there. Sound like Vader again.
I know, I had to pull it away. Sorry.
I saw. I can do this.
You can flip like that?
It doesn't go to the stream like that. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The stream is still the video.
Okay. That's one of these. And I think I got the fan behind me. I think the fan is causing it. The mic to go off.
Now for me to start the day, I gotta pop a perk. Started out for fun, it was purely recreation. But now my mind is on a permanent vacation. Lost my motivation, lost my inspiration. My mission every day is escaping from reality. Calling people back or paying bills, a technicality. It doesn't really matter, cause as long as I got 20 pills, couple new movies, and my girl comes to my house to chill. I even got a hook for a while when she asked how's it feel. But she's responsible, she passed that phase. Now people look at her like, why the fuck he act that way? I got a about 3 years ago. We were doing a show. And I already drank like usual, cause we drink for every show. And my homeboy asked, hey, you wanna
Oh,
try
Jesus
this?
Christ.
And I was like, oh, okay, I'll try it. He's like, yeah, you'll have more fun. So I remember doing that show, and it was just like, boom. It was like, everything was so much brighter. It was ask anybody that does dope, the opium is like utopia. It's tough to cope with it. I quit for 6 weeks, and do it for 2 months. The problem with that, I was just gonna do it once. One day turns to 2, and 2 a week. Till I'm locked inside my house enough time to do a freak. Jump around my living room at 5 in the morning with the music so loud you think that I was performing. And if that ain't a warning that I've gone too far, after shopping I can never seem to find my car. And it's shocking at the fact when you're walking forth and back and you're talking to your dogs and your dogs are talking back, and they're not even with you, they are back up at your place, only to find you're in the bathroom scratching at your face. And I'm trapped in outer space. By then you'd figure it's quit. I fall asleep sitting up with the cigarette lit. Shit, wake up.
All right, you guys ready for this? This is the RGB underpass in Birmingham, Alabama. Everything's all
Yeah,
white,
I saw that.
but just wait.
It's
It just
RGB
keeps
everywhere.
on changing.
Yeah.
I see that, I think, in Ken Haran's
See if
video.
I can fuck some shit up.
Can't stand that guy, but whatever.
It's a sick spot though.
Yeah, it is. I think I was watching a video on it. They redid that. The town, the whole place lit up like that.
Sick.
It's beautiful.
Who's the pilot?
Fly high, FPV.
That's a cool fucking.
He's from Alabama.
It's in Birmingham, I think.
Birmingham,
Yeah.
Alabama. He said, where you can get your cousin.
No wonder that makes a whole lot more sense as to this must have been the same weekend they did that hospital run. Or this guy's from Birmingham.
Birmingham, Alabama, where you can date your cousin and eat beef jerky at the same time.
We don't take too kindly, y'all yins here.
I don't think we take kindly to your folk up here, you know. We're from New York. We keep it real, y'all.
Ewans.
What? Don't you know where I'm from? I'm from New York.
Ian's.
Ian.
Birmingham's cool town.
Oh, just that
Yeah,
spot.
I've been to Birmingham. It's a cool spot.
Cool town.
I drove by Alabama. They don't take too kindly to go from the north.
I don't. If you're not an asshole, I think we don't mind anybody.
Oh,
As long as you're
I'm
not a
not
fucking
coming.
dick.
I'm not an asshole. I'm conceited. Or like my friend calls it, conceited. is another way of-
Semantics.
No, like what my friend calls it. He goes,
Check
"You're
the
an
chat,
ass."
Artie.
He goes, you know, you're conceited. That means you love yourself.
Yeah. I've got them pulled up.
Can you post the links? Because for me, it turned out it came here as garbage.
Oh, okay.
I'll show you later what I got, or at least what it's what I got for whatever reason.
What he got.
I don't know why.
Wow.
Get your mind out of the gutter.
Got an innocent mind.
Artie and I are not public about our love affair.
Keep that to yourself.
Artie don't take kindly to people like that.
Who doesn't?
Meh.
This is Baldwin, yeah? Baldwin, yeah.
Yeah, Baldwin.
Sorry, we don't have links. Our admin's AWOL.
He went to sleep.
I mean, okay, here it is. Here.
I can't post them, so.
Wait, who? Oh, that's Bowman with the counter?
Yeah.
Oh, that. But there was a sound stage back there. Got enough Florida.
Oh.
Oh, sounds like me today.
I'm in moss. Like random moss in the grass.
Nothing new. You should be surprised.
Random moss.
AKA anti-turtle mode. AKA shit.
Thank you, Artie.
No worries.
Where am I?
Hopefully YouTube doesn't
Where
eat
am I?
yours. And if that keeps happening, I got an idea to fix it.
Oh, he's taking a walk of shame. There you go.
Hey,
Walk of
Gotcha.
shaming. It's nice. You know what I call Spanish moss? Walk of shame mode.
yeah, I bet.
That's it.
I
I got caught.
haven't gotten the chance to fly too much and too dense of it. I mean, I've been to Florida and flown, but
Nah, I flew without even knowing that it was there, and I was like, oh, I just flip over and I'm good to go. I tried to take off, no go. I took the walk of shame. Yo, all 4 fucking motors were stuck with fucking Spanish.
I mean, I feel like that's like I get into that situation a lot. So it seems like where you just can't turtle out. Like you just get stuck in the shit. You just gotta walk anyway.
Yeah, you gotta walk in it. Well, that's on the last video that I posted. I had to take walk of shame because I tried to split as a sign, and I broke fucking 2 props in the process. So I had to take walk of shame.
I cheated. I want to.
There we go.
Bro, I always end up on that. I've been trying to get. I've got this one like closed loop slide at this playground my kids go to, and anytime I can get it where it's just my kids in the playground, I'll pop the drone out and just kind of put around.
See, we can't do that by us, man. You got too many retards, too many soft targets by us. Like, there's one.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I live in suburban Memphis.
Yeah, I live in the city.
We ain't that dense.
We're super dense. Even like today.
Densely populated.
I'll tell you how bad is it today. Today there was these guys playing fucking loud music off their stereos in their cars, like literally so loud that I felt the bass on the other side of the park.
Where's the guy on the motorcycle still there?
the park is big, and they had to call the cops and turn it off. But the park was full.
Where?
30 seconds.
Yeah, no, that's the only thing that sucks about summertime is like everybody's out. So if you want to go in like downtown Memphis, some like the building spot with the parking deck with the hole,
Yeah.
8,
like that's loaded with people in the summer because everybody's out going out to eat and shit.
3.
Everybody's
For us,
out.
for us, we get lucky because a lot of people go on vacation, so the office spots get empty quicker. During the epidemic, she was wasteland. It was fucking beautiful to fly, but now everybody started to come
Oh,
back.
the camera got dark.
Same thing with the parks,
Yeah.
you know. But we have our ways of expression. Says people have no idea how hard we have it up here. I'm telling you.
Oh, this guy lives up in Westchester.
Oh, me? No, what are you talking about?
I'm just playing. You that nigga from Westchester? You ever said? You see? Was it Marika? You know the one?
How can I marry that?
We've
but I can't
we've
marry
watched
the
it. Well, I'll
palm
show you
tree?
later.
All right.
It's funny.
It crashed to a mighty flip. Wow. Off the same battery? Man. Yeah, that happened to my friend today, bro. He fell off the sky. He has a DJI, but no OSD on his KISS setup.
Mm-hmm.
And he just fell off the sky.
Yeah, dude, I have to have that number there.
Fuck, do I get
will.
down?
He literally, like, he went to do a trick, and he's like, yeah, I got it. He's like, oh shit, my battery's going low. Let me come in. And as I see him fly coming just off the sky, we went to plug in the battery, you know, the battery tester. 6 hours reading at 13 volts.
Yeah, man, wish we could come here when nobody's
Hey,
at that
speaking
front.
of,
Sounds like my 10-inch.
That's
Yeah,
what I really want.
speaking of, Baldwin just
I
got
want it from the front.
gym fan sponsorship. So
Oh, hell
congrats
yeah.
to you, homie. Good pilot. Good dude.
good guy. I mean, he drives a Mustang, but that's besides the
Oh shit, there's a bone.
Has come.
Oh, what happened?
What was that?
Oh, I don't know. A little stagger there.
It's not raining. Well, actually, it's raining outside supposedly, so.
Well, I won't be
I'm gonna have to
afraid.
turn on the
No, I won't
Drop down to 4. Sorry, I'm gonna drop down to 1440 4K stuttering on playback. Let's see if that's better.
Fucking shitty ass network.
So I gotta buy him coffee.
Buy me a coffee so I can get a better network.
How about that?
darling, stand by me. Won't you stand by me?
You're gonna get a copyright for this song, guaranteed.
It's not the original.
Stand by me.
It's the same tone.
Oh,
When
nah.
the sky that we look upon
I'm not gonna worry about that.
tumble and fall.
Is it Mr. Oizo and Duran Duran? And there's certain things you just know you're gonna get hit for. You're gonna get hit.
I won't cry. I won't
Metallica.
cry, no,
Oh, you know what? We didn't get anything from Metallica last week. We didn't even get a strike last week that was any concern.
I think because you cut him short, that's why.
So darling, darling,
I think you caught yourself at the point. Never mind. Is it copyright?
I was waiting for it.
Turn to ska.
Oh yeah.
When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see. I won't cry, no, I won't cry, no, I won't shed a tear just as long as you fucking stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me, oh won't you stand by me, oh won't you stand by me. Darling, darling, stand by me, oh won't you stand by me, oh won't you stand by me.
That's such a cool trestle.
Yeah, it is.
I just approved Dominic Clifton to join the Goon Squad.
Yeah, dude.
I just pressed that button, dude. I am feeling good about it. That was the best.
Should I ask him to be a Goon Squad member?
Well, like, you know, when somebody...
He just joined in the Facebook group?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Okay, well, I'm going to send him an invite to the Discord.
Fuck yeah, dude.
So cool. Oh, this is sick.
Fucking awesome person.
There's your spot.
Dude, I want this place so bad. I went by myself, dude, and I just couldn't...
Oh, you got them links already? You're going to have to play Link Boy.
Yeah, I'm forgetting, sorry.
It's all good. I know.
I know.
Tech, we might have a job for you.
What you know about rolling down in the deep? When your brain goes numb, you can call that mental freeze. When these people talk too much, put that shit in slow motion. Yeah, I feel like an astronaut in the ocean. Ay, what you know about rolling down in the deep?
This is Fly High.
I love this track. I don't know why.
I feel like an astronaut in the ocean. She say that I'm cool. I'm like, yeah, that's true. I believe in G-O-D. Don't believe in T-H-O-T. She keep playing me dumb. I'm a player for fun. Y'all don't really know my mental. Let me give you the picture like stencil. Falling out in a drought. No flow, rain wasn't pouring down. See, that pain was all around. See, my mode was kinda lounge. Didn't know which way to turn. Flow was cool, but I still felt burned. Energy up, you can feel my surge. I'ma kill everything like this purge. Let's just get this straight for a second. I'ma work, even if I don't get paid for progression. I'ma get it. Everything that I do is electric. I'ma keep it in motion, keep it moving like kinetic. Put this shit in a frame, better know I don't blame everything that I say. Man, I seen you deflate. Let me elevate. This ain't a prank. Have you walking on a plane? Both hands together, God, let me pray. I been going right around, call that relay. Pass the baton, back in the mall, swimming in the pool, can't drink them all. When a piece of this, a piece of mine, my piece of sign. Can you please read between the lines? My rhymes inclined to break your spine. They say that I'm so fine. You could never match my grind. Please do not waste my time. What you know about rolling down in the deep? When your brain goes numb, you can call that mental freeze. When these people talk too much, put that shit in slow motion. Yeah, I feel like an astronaut in the ocean. Ay, what you know about rolling down in the deep? When your brain goes numb, you can call that mental freeze. When these people talk too much, put that shit in slow motion. Yeah, I feel like an astronaut in the ocean.
That's one small step for man.
Dope.
One giant leap for mankind.
Hell yeah.
I love that track. The track is so dope.
Yeah, it's sick. That spot is sick. Nice flying. Shout out Fly High.
This is Oscar Meyer FPV. Oh, I like his color.
Yeah. Me too.
Some lo-fi in the background.
Teal and green.
This song makes you want to go that down.
I should have told Dominic Clifton I'd never get a word in edgewise with some of you folks if I didn't have a loud mic.
Yo, your shit is
That should have been my reason. That should have been what I told him.
Yo, your shit so loud I can hear when you're typing.
Yeah, well, I also have a banging mechanical keyboard, so.
But that doesn't help.
Cherries, baby.
Got them cherries, baby.
I know the cherries. I thought about getting one, man, but Jesus Christ, was loud.
They're loud, but they work.
I know.
Last pack. Let's go.
Never say that. He's gonna crash.
Got broccoli.
Yeah.
Broccoli. Chopping broccoli. This song makes me want to go back to church. And by the way, that was a lie.
You need Jesus.
I don't need my cousin to tell me what to do.
That was good. That was good.
Come on, that song doesn't make you want to go to church. Yeah, right. We did that.
That is so much better. That was a very good one. I felt comfortable on that one.
Love broccoli.
Rock.
Jumping.
Good morning, Westsiders.
Oh, shit.
Running out to try and catch this epic
Why gotta be
sunrise.
Westsiders? Why can't it be Northeasterns? You know, I find that racist.
Wish me luck. I hope it doesn't
You're from
go
Puerto
away.
Rico. Shut up.
Okay, that's south. Deep south. That's like deeper than south. This video makes me want to find Jesus. I think my cousin's somewhere trying to come over the border from there.
Fuck yeah, dude.
It's so good.
Well, we had, I think, 5 successful packs. Six successful packs. I had one more, but you know what they say, always leave one for the bag. Never fly your last battery, you guys, because that's where shit happens at. You know, you're just out for a walk. Nice day out here. And we caught the sunrise. At least I think I did. You never know until you get back and check the footage. But it looks like a nice clear morning here.
Beautiful.
Hey boy.
Always beautiful.
Shout out West Side.
Well, I appreciate you guys
Shout
watching.
out Drunk.
West Side.
Make sure you like and subscribe if you aren't already. Until next time.
West Side. I'm far.
Chris shooting on the. I think he's shooting on the Ronin.
Nope. There's your DJ. This
No. His vlog was on a Ronin. That was a gimbal shot. Pretty sure.
Why you hating, bro? What can you say? Smooth?
I'm not hating. I'm just.
Can you say he's smooth? Can you say he's nasty? Can you say he's just, you know, juicy?
Shut your pie hole.
Can't be me again.
It is.
Oh God.
What have you done now?
I don't know.
Yeah, I like seeing my logo.
That's your dick.
What have you done?
All those particles.
So are you shooting 24 all the time?
29, but that's because it had the ND filter. It was low light.
With low light on?
No, it was
There's something. I think there's something weird in your render then, because it's a little choppy.
Yeah, I've been fucking with it, but I can't get it to fucking render correctly. I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
You gotta make sure your frame rate matches. And what are you rendering in?
2997, the way it's supposed to from factory.
But what program are you rendering in?
DaVinci, but I also had ND filters of I think it was a 32.
Yeah, that won't change. That's not gonna change the way it looks. So something's weird.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out myself.
You might be rendering in 24 frames.
874,235. Yep. Actually, that math may be wrong. Because I think it was 75,000 particles. Was it per frame? Or no, I think that's what it was. I was 2,500 times 60 times 7 seconds. I think it might be 1 point, almost a mil. I have to go back and look. It's about 1 million particles.
See, I'm taking advantage of that park right now because once summertime comes around, there's a clusterfuck of people in there.
Yeah.
Good. This is a nice park.
It's a beautiful park. It's one of the very few places we can fly without getting pinched by police.
It sucks. I hate that it's such a problem. Nice.
Oh, no go. I broke two set of props.
Is this the one you said that you just got today?
Yeah, no, yesterday, no.
Oh, word.
Yesterday.
That's awesome, dude. Oh, yeah, dude.
Trying to get my, I got my boy come out of retirement to fly, you know, so he pushes me, I push him, so kind of goes back and forth.
Oh, no, that's awesome.
Yeah. He's never flying, but he don't post anything.
Who?
What the fuck is this place at now?
Great point, Bannister Post.
Yeah, I might take a look after tonight, see what my timeline's like.
This is a crazy spot.
I would check now, but if I do that shit right now, my computer's gonna go boom. What is that? Big Oi's got a fucking app for freaking bandos?
Yeah, I can't put my finger on like where the fuck these fucking just pop up from.
Actually, so I was gonna tell you guys something about timeline and frame rates. I'll do it after this video.
Yeah, do it.
It'll be tonight's little chestnut.
He said nut. I'm happy. Here's why. Look.
Oh yeah.
Damn it. I got some nuts. What are you doing over there, Chad?
Woo. Actually, we'll hold Waldo. Jesus, I might die.
What are you doing?
Don't die. Don't die.
Shit, whatever you doing, share.
Sorry. That one got me in the boo boo.
Share.
Sorry, that was not my intention. Excuse me.
Where's that coconut water when you need it?
Bro. That one really got me in the boo. Oh
So
my god.
What is this chestnut you're
Okay.
drop on text
Okay,
space?
so Da Vinci tip. All right, tonight's Da Vinci tip
Yeah, don't text space.
for the late night guys. So normally when you drop a file in Da Vinci, it will automatically ask you, do you want it to adjust to the frame rate of the clip? Okay. Now, but the thing is that the first thing you might drop might be your intro video, and that might be at 30 or 60 or something. Okay, and at the end of the day, you're like, fuck. Now you throw something else in there, and then you get a situation where when you render it, you get that choppy look, and you weren't going for that. Your footage is shot at 30 or whatever the case is, and generally this is going to happen when you have something like in 24 and 30, or like you got really off somehow. But what can happen, anyways, is that Resolve wants to be helpful, and so the first thing you drop in the timeline is going, oh, well, I'll set it to that. Well, the reality is your intro video could probably be kind of not frame accurate, but you'll never see it, right? But your footage, you want to be frame accurate. So what's really important is making sure that whatever your GoPro or your Z-Cam or your whatever your camera's shooting, that's what your frame rate is set to as a general rule, unless you're shooting off speed frame rates where you're shooting at 120, but really you want to be working at 2997 or something like that. So that's the advanced shit. When you know your frame rate's not going to match your timeline, but you know because you're going to be speed ramping, you shot it that way on purpose. It's kind of a different story, but as a general rule, your GoPro 30 is 2997, or your GoPro 60 is 5994. When you drop that clip, if you're starting with a fresh project, it may be a good workflow is either just manually set the fucking frame rate to match your clips, your flight footage, or whatever your most important shit is, or make sure you drop one of those clips in first and hit yes and make sure DaVinci has adjusted it. But my workflow is, what am I using?
Set it manually.
Set it manually. If it asks if I want it to change, no, say no. Because you might accidentally grab the wrong thing. Okay, so now let's just say you fuck yourself. You've been working, you got your edit done, but your timeline is wrong, right? And you realize this after you render it, and you go, why does it look fucked up? And then you go, oh fuck, must be a frame rate issue. And then you go into DaVinci's preferences for the project, and the frame rate pull down is now grayed out. You can't change your frame rate, because once you set a frame rate and you start adding content to that timeline, your frame rate is now locked for the duration of that timeline, okay? Bros, fear not. All you gotta do is Control or Command A, select everything, hit copy. Go up and create a new timeline, and when the timeline window pops up, click the advanced drop down. Make sure that you'll see your frame rate. Make sure you manually change your frame rate. Create the new timeline and paste your footage on it. Done. Render away and you're good. So that will save your ass.
I'll check it out tonight.
That will save your ass when you're in a situation where
it's already saved mine a few times.
All right,
where you fuck something up. And yeah, you might, because like for me, like I've got intro videos I've made, and some of those are some this or that, or somebody sends me something to use. Hey man, throw this on your video. You're like, oh cool, that's dope, hell yeah. And then it turns out it's totally not the right frame rate. And you drop that in, because that's the first thing you want in your videos, right? You're gonna naturally you'd put that in your timeline first, and then DaVinci goes, hey, should I change the timeline? And you're like, oh yeah, sure. And then the next thing you know, you drop your actual footage in, and you're like, oh fuck, this is all whacked on render. That's how you work around it. And that's the most efficient way to fix that problem. And I've found that, you know, other shit, you know, flying footage is much more critical that it's frame accurate than some like intro animations and shit. Generally speaking, it's not a big deal. You want it to be smooth. Resolve does a pretty good job of resolving odd frame rates, but don't on render. But it isn't. If something's like flight footage is off frame rate and it's not resolved correctly, it's not going to look right. It's gonna have judder or something.
Bannister has a point that I think's good. Is it's one of those things that's too easy to kind of figure out on your own. It seems so intuitive that you don't ever expect somebody to make it that
I
easy.
mean, but to be honest,
And
you're
it
like
is.
Elder Da Vinci seems to be easy. There is a lot of features and it can skip people's minds, you know. Da Vinci's got a lot of shit.
At face value, it's like, holy shit, what else? Especially the color page. You're like, what is this?
But if you have like a basis into editing, like you've used something else before, I mean, at least for me, I feel like it is excellent.
No. Like I'm not saying that, you know, it's like for newcomers into kind of any editing, these things are overwhelming.
If 1 year ago today you asked Artie what his favorite editing software was, it would be a different answer than it is today. That's all I'm going to say. All right, let's get back into these videos.
I remember just a couple of weeks ago, he was like, oh, premiere this, premiere that.
No, he's a Final Cut guy.
Final Cut, sorry. Yeah. Now he's all about that resolve. He resolved it.
I've enjoyed it, man.
He resolved his issues.
I'm glad, dude.
Is he in your gates? I see towers.
I could probably show you how to make your computer run DaVinci, but you want to have your footage on an SSD.
Mine's SSD. My whole computer's a solid state system. Oh, I'm talking about this guy, Mr. Steele.
Right on, Bannister. That's dope. Yeah, the node thing definitely takes some getting used to.
Actually, I found the nodes to be a lot easy though.
I love the nodes. Nodes are just layers. They're just looking at them a different way.
And I didn't really understand that when you were explaining that earlier. It just seemed like
this weird spider web of stuff.
Yeah, like this needless, useless, like adding a lot of extra steps for no reason. But I
mean, it's like Chad said, it's their layers. That's all it is, just layers, and you pick and choose where you.
It's just layers that you don't have to look at it on the timeline. You're looking at them a different way.
Super easy if you want to rearrange. If you just, you know what I'm saying? I like them.
Yeah, those are good.
Now that I'm getting into them,
it's so crazy. Like, dude, that particle animation. My node tree for that particle animation was bananas. How many
nodes?
I don't even have a head count, but it was a pretty solid full page of shit of different nodes.
Fuck out of here.
No, it was. I took a Waldo saw it. I sent it to him. I'll post it.
I had like 9 at one point. You had to have more than 9.
Nah, bro. I had probably 30 or so, 40. It was a good amount.
Bonkers.
Wow, that's bananas.
I had like the particle generator. That was like 10 node. That was like a 10 node group. The 3D animation of the text was like a 8 node group, and I had all these like little constellations of nodes that all tied together in one big universe to make the fucking animation.
How long it took you to do that, by the way? Mind me asking.
Oh, I worked on nothing for 12 hours.
Fuck.
At least.
Red Bull was your friend that whole time, I guarantee you. No offense, I'm tired of seeing open fields. What the hell is texting you? Alright, this track makes you want to get frisky.
All I know is I'm loving that new color science the Blackmagic's got.
I wanna hate you and love you both.
What is that? Shit, Gearhead?
Not sure. I was just vibing to the music.
Yeah, Gearhead. I don't know if Artie got the link in or not.
Let's play a game called Where's the Battery?
Oh, you decased a fucking 6K? You're a fucking maniac, dude. That's fucking rad. I have a 6K. I would not decase it, but mine's, dude, mine's built out for more terrestrial shooting right now. I got a crazy fucking anamorphic lens that I built that's Kawa 16H, two times anamorphic, a couple different taking lens options, rapido casing and shit. It's super dope. I really enjoy working with the Blackmagic camera and their color science, and their fucking menu system is fucking so intuitive. It's just so good.
You're teasing something that we can't use.
That was last pack though.
There's always room on the couch.
I'm done.
All right, that's Gearhead. Oh, he's out. All right. I think I have to make a playlist change. Hold on one sec.
Uh-oh, here we go. Fire the producer.
Yeah.
All right, I got a job for you. You want it?
Let me just do something here.
I'm gonna do it 608, but he's sleeping right now.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Oh. No.
No.
Nope.
Killer.
All right, here we go. Next up, Bubby FPV.
Cool.
The Bubster, bro.
I know, I'm just messing with you.
Oh, the Pigeon? Oh, it's a 4K. You got it on the Pigeon. Oh, right on. Quad is 14. Oh, no shit.
Nice.
Yeah, my macro quads are fucking 1500 without a heavy camera. The anamorphic front end that I just built is 1600 grams by itself, just for the lens front.
Yeah, but then it becomes 1450 once he hits dirt.
I'm gonna need a fucking 12-inch to carry that fat fuck. Yeah, my whole anamorphic with the Blackmagic, the cage, hard drive, and then that lens setup is about 2,500. Yeah, it's not light.
So what, about 10 pounds, baby, give or take?
It looks so good, though.
Hopefully you get out again to use it. I love how he flows in one spot. It's like he just comes at it real tight and just comes out of it real smooth. I've seen this video already.
Oh yeah, well, stop spoiling it. Just...
I say A spot doesn't mean that's gonna happen right now. Or already happened already. How about that? Look at that Cali, son. Ugh, I love Cali.
Oh, you got an Isco-rama? Sick, dude. Fuck yeah, dude. I love, dude. Anamorphics is the shit. Yeah, the Kawa 16 is amazing. I put the Rapido housing on it, so it definitely added weight. I posted on my Mad Chiller page on Facebook a 3D printed single focus setup. It looks pretty sick. I would print it out of like nylon CF or nylon or something, but ABS at the minimum. But it's basically a 3D printed housing with a focus ring set up for a scope and a taking lens. It's pretty sick.
I'm scared of printed ABS.
I want an 8mm. I want an 8mm anamorphic, really bad. That would be just for a super light gimbal setup. That would be so dope. But the 2 times on that Kawa is ridiculous.
There we go. Boom.
At 2x, if I'm shooting, I shoot depending if I'm shooting 6K and I'm cropping in post with a D squeeze, I can get 3.5 to 1 with no vignette.
Nasty.
I think what was the widest frames I rendered. It was crazy. It was like I think it was 3.55.
I'm already watching the video.
I'm watching the videos too. Multitasking.
I see that. So what was the girl? So what was the girl wearing? Huh?
What?
Exactly. What was the girl wearing? What was she wearing? Who's this? Who's this in the eye center?
I'll have to try to find one of my stills from that when I was shooting that anamorphic shit. I did a bunch of different aspect ratio cuts. I did some stuff that was closer to 2.4 to 1. I did some stuff that was 2.66 to 1. I did some stuff that was like I said, 3.5, 3.6 to 1, which is stupid wide. It was so wide. It was wider than you would ever need. It was beyond Blade Runner wide.
Wasn't wide enough, then Stacy's, you know what?
Lomo 22mm 2 times at 35mm 20. The Lomo 22mm.
Lomos, yeah, no, that's pretty pricey.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even want to touch 35mm scopes right now because the fucking Rapido variable diopter, getting a Rectilux or something, it's just so much money. I don't want to drop $3,000 in the front end just to make it work good. Yeah, I think I just became friends, Hardy. We got another We got an anamorphic nerd in the fucking chat.
Yeah.
We're fire, Hardy. I'll see you in the unemployment reline. have to sell my lipos.
Looks like I learned a lot from that dude. And when you coming on for come on to the show?
You should.
Yeah, come on one night. We'll fucking nerd out together, man.
Nerd out and confuse the fuck out of everybody.
Yeah, well, get some insight on what you do and how you do it.
That's what's up. Hell yeah.
I just want to get a Kawa B&H that has like purple blue flares. That would be that'd be nasty.
Just take a Sharpie and put it to the lens and get your purple flare. Take a $3,000 lens and just fucking Sharpie it out in the corners.
I mean, my Kawa's got amber flares.
Flares on it.
It's fucking beautiful. And Jim Chang, Rapido, does such a good job on his machine work and his adapters and clamps and fucking the front variable diopters and shit. And the fact that the Rapido diopter, the focus wheel doesn't shift. The focus wheel maintains position and then the front just shifts. So much better on your follow focus motor control.
Nice.
Who we got?
I have no idea. I lost count after the amber infringement.
And sorry, guys.
Well, I didn't even know who the person played before that.
That was Oscar Mayer.
There you go. That's your answer.
This is crazy.
Now I feel like singing peanut butter song.
Right.
Peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time.
Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter
Got
jelly.
like 100 left. Basher's in the motherfucking house, brother.
Hey,
What's good, man?
What's good, brother? How's that stash hanging?
The stash.
No stash, no one sharing.
Fuck yeah, dude.
What the hell? No winter. No winter.
Okay. Lamont, you gotta come up. We gotta get this pilgrim mission accomplished soon.
Cool.
Fucking. Well, DJ's been saying he's gonna come up here for a minute, so I gotta light a fire into his ass. I want to get Lamont and Corey and those guys up here.
I'm supposedly we're supposed to go this weekend. Supposedly, give me a heads up.
Whatever.
I don't know. It's not up to me.
But you have a car.
Yeah,
the whole world is up to you.
But they're driving, so. He has a truck, so he's got space. Well.
All I hear is excuses, bro.
Passed out, brother.
Yeah, we got one of your videos on here, on this here playlist here in a few.
We can move it up, can we?
No.
Oh, God, I don't want to see no. Thank God I got cut off. No more winter.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit. Now we're talking.
That was dead.
How long is this video? Aw, that's gay. Peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter, peanut butter, peanut butter.
Sparky.
Spark it, sir.
Ain't that about us?
Damn. Spanging it around. Is he spanging it around?
The fudge.
These fangs.
Sean's back on YouTube. Is he on right now, Waldo?
This is fucking.
Yo, PM me his link in Facebook, please. Waldo, you're a sexy man. All right, cool.
Waldo, give it to him nice and deep black. Deep in his Facebook chat.
Don't get jealous.
That was fucking fire.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that was fire.
Yeah, it was fire. And that's a tough spot to fly. That's one of those spots you
Yeah.
get kicked out from, too.
Yeah, yeah. One of these nights, wait, we have to do something where Waldo's girl Emily, we gotta like do a thing some night. She's always coming on talking crazy.
What are you talking about right now?
She's always jumping into our chats and shit, talking shit, and we gotta like get her one night. Waldo, we gotta have to have a talk.
The heat is on.
The heat is on. Beverly Hills Cop 2.
Man, I was more RIP fucking DMX.
Oh, I know. We had the funeral over here in New York. Did you see the footage?
I did.
Be funny. Yeah, I know, dude. I think it'd be funny.
Theme of the night.
able to keep up with me on that? That's cool. I'm gonna try something that, well, I'm not gonna wait to try it, but I want to try the inverted yaw spin on the ceiling. Oh, I kind of did it. Bottomed out. Whoa! Alright. I was trying to do the yaw spin. I get so disoriented to go under there. Ah, okay. I'm gonna set up one more time. Trying going from us down the lane.
This looks like a fun spot.
I'm just gonna orbit this player.
That one night, Ashley and Hillary got on as bot and gravy. That night was funny.
That's hilarious.
Love that logo.
Love that logo.
Yeah, I want to get Corvus to animate my lion, bro.
Do it.
Drop some
Yeah.
acid.
What?
Drop some
Yes.
acid.
Well, I mean, that goes without saying, but
Just saying, you want animation is freer? There you go, drop some acid. That's Perio. I already know his truck.
that's Sparks.
That's Sparks? Oh, never mind.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Sparks.
No, is it? Yeah, that is Sparks. Never mind. His neighbors must hate him.
I was just thinking the same shit. I was like, his neighbor is supposed to be like, what the fuck? Well, he used to be always flying micros. Now he's ripping a 5-inch in the yard. Like, you know.
I mean, only because his neighbors are still micros. His wife is pissed.
Nice.
Oh, off the trampoline.
That was dope.
Look at that. Artie, you could have done that, but you slipped.
Whoa, nice. Little mini stall on the trampoline is fucking. This is great.
This is sick as fuck.
I have to say, I think this is one of my favorite Sparks videos of all time. I think, like,
definitely. Without a question.
We only get to see the front of his fucking house.
This is
By him trying to power loop the cable line.
there you go. Nice.
much.
And just a small spot is going ham.
Yeah, he's going fucking ham on this bitch.
You know what would be, be really cool? If he actually perched that truck as it's driving by.
Oh yeah.
All right, I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna call it, and I know Chad is on the same ballpark party too. His neighbors were pissed. What the fuck is he doing? His neighbors were pissed. HBO? Oh, Game of Thorns.
Oh,
Best mustache in the business.
Look at that.
There it is.
There it is. Oh, that's the guy.
Man,
huh?
the myth.
Maybe buy a fucking maybe buy a damn Switch.
Yeah, I think we're at the end of there. Some of my frame screws came out. So let's see.
Like those magic mushroom antennas.
Yeah, they're sold out. I was gonna get one.
Yeah, I was trying to get it set up too.
Because they released the ethics one, and that one is longer. It's supposed to be revised. I order Oreo from BQE. If anybody doesn't know about BQE.
That I am.
Yeah, he came out with his own little stickers on the Oreo.
Yeah, for the box here, Oreo.
Yeah, I'm gonna try it out. I mean, I'm a big Menace Pico fan, but let's see how the Oreo's like.
Sick track.
Huh?
Quad's falling apart. I probably
He
should
was
stop.
honest.
We're stopping. This is Mong on the lens. Bad news bears.
Ew. Now my screen got corona.
Front screws coming out. All right, guys. Hope you enjoyed that.
That was awesome. That was dope.
That was dope.
No, it's hilarious. I'm in FPV TV's chat right now on YouTube as well as ours.
Nice.
Are you trolling me?
Double dipping.
Are you trolling?
Nah, I'm actually rapping with Bubby over on FPV TV right now and like fucking talking about 107 shit.
Shit. Well, let's kill this thing then.
We're about done anyway.
Yeah, I want to go check out my. Now you got my fucking brain stuck on my Da Vinci, and I gotta go look that up. Plus, it's getting hot. I hate this. We had 80-degree weather today. That's bananas.
Yeah. It got about.
It was hot.
It was hot.
I was sitting around all day waiting for my new adapter to come because I had a casting couch camera problem that had to get fixed. So
no doubt, gotta keep that thing working.
Now, me, what I'm doing right now is I ordered some new TPU colors. So I said they have what order into my house. I'm gonna just pick it up at a locker. Call it a day. When it comes, I just go pick it up at my own convenience.
There you go.
yeah, rats over in the other one too. It's funny. Where were we at in this playlist? Let me just look here. Get rid of game of quad. Shout out again to the Swift Duck.
Should be the last one right now.
Nice spot. Wherever is it at?
This is Rat? No, wait. Is it Rat? Yeah. Oh, okay. Good shit.
Come on, do more of the building. Okay, flatlines. Like he's got listen. footage.
Let him fly. Gosh.
I want him to fly in there.
You're not his fucking captor.
I'm his daddy. How about that? I'm his papa.
Oh,
got
Jesus.
a dead battery here. DOA. 3000 mAh, 3S, done. It's puffy.
Oh yeah, that's
It's kind of puffy. It's
that's
done.
kind of. I just like to dump those off in the Best Buy things. Just
Nah, I take a walk. I take a walk to the lake and I mean to the oceans, throw them in.
What?
I'm just kidding.
Please don't tell me this shit.
No, I don't do that. No.
Please stop.
Don't listen to
doing
anything
shit.
this guy tells you. He's one of those New York hustlers I was trying to warn you about.
Could just use
I am not.
25C.
I'm absolutely no hustler, but I will take mine for $25. Just
That's what he said.
$25, bro. The same shit as it is in Puerto Rico. $25. I can't say pesos because we don't use pesos.
$2, right?
The dollar. Same money you get here.
Dollar,
Same money down there.
yeah.
Dollar,
It's about to
bill,
be
yo.
the 52nd state.
That's
51st.
51st. It already is.
Well, they were trying to make Washington D.C. a state. That's going to be the 51st and 52nd state.
Oh,
Supposedly.
interesting. Speaking about that shit, they caught these guys down the islands. They got caught in a submarine trying to smuggle cocaine out of the island. Worth $75 million on the streets.
Jesus Christ. Street price? Oh, well, that's after they cut it up fucking 5 different ways.
Probably 150, 200 mil easy.
If you saw the amount of, like, I went to Peru when I don't know, it's been.
These are stories I can't tell anymore. Well, at least not alive.
Oh.
I'll tell you in private.
That's fine. Got a story to talk about.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I told somebody one of my stories today. It was downright terrifying at times. All right, that's it for the playlist, ladies and gentlemen, and that's it for us.
That's it.
Yeah, peace. Now, yeah. So we covered what to expect in the future. I think well enough. We love you guys, and we thank you for joining us. I did want to. So if you can't, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. So if you guys are still up and about, head on over to FPV TV, YouTube, Shauna Don live right now. So y'all give him some love. If you got a little extra juice, don't forget to buy me a coffee if you can. Yeah, I should change it to buy me a Red Bull.
Right.
And y'all have a great fucking week, and we'll see you next week, guys. Thank you for joining us. Anything else?
So much. No, man. Yeah, have
All
a good
right.
week, man. We'll see you next week.
I like
See you next week, y'all.
I like turtles.
Do you eat them?
They're
Wait,
delicious.
what?
Are they really?
Yeah, it tastes
Turtles?
Like, yeah, it tastes like fish. You ever had frog legs?
Yeah.
Same shit.
Eat frog legs.
Are we dead?
No. All right, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Fucking split
God.
I could do a fucking split a hat. Done a million times. I could do a fucking split a hat. You pop up, hop out, and then roll,
is
then that is split a fucking split a hat. I could do a fucking split a hat. You pop up, hop out, and then roll. I mean, pop it. You roll.
I don't buy
and
into
then
whatever
you go
fucking
in
bullshit you're saying.
to the shit. Powerly, blind, powerly, I could do a fucking split a hat. Roll, then you that is split a fucking split a hat. I could do a fucking split a hat. You pop up, hop out, and then roll.
I mean,
pop it.
That's pretty much the only trick that I know.
You guys are all just rolling in, which is fine. I'm just pointing out that at least my understanding of the definition, chat chime in, is that you're flying towards it.
First
you
of all,
roll.
I don't.
And Artie ain't buying it.
You go
You can't make me.
Flying towards it. And then you go and punch up. Roll towards it. Pop it. Flying towards it. Yo. Flying towards it. And then you go and punch up. Roll towards it. Flying towards it.
Here we go. Life is a blast when you know what you're doing. Best to know what you're doing for your life get ruined. Life is a thrill when your skill is developed. If you ain't got a skill or trade, then shut the hell up. My rhymes is like dropping your head on cement, cracking it open, hoping to make a dent. I'm hell bent on resurrection, perfection. Lesson number 1, rekindle the essence. Rap ain't about busting caps and fucking bitches. It's about fluency with rhyming ingenuity. All of this is new to me. See, I pick rhymes with scrutiny under a microscope. I walk a tightrope, a thin line between insanity and sanity, mixed with a little vanity, boosting the morality with our hospitality. Soon to strike it rich like calories, salaries. Sounds like a plan, and I will expand hip hop as well. Might even kick.
Sword of omens, give me sight beyond sight.